In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, Amen. Actionis nostras quesumus Domini adjuvando prosequet ut cuncto nostra oratio et operatio te semper incipit per te cepta finiatur per Christum Dominum nostrum. Sancte Pie Decime. Before I tell you the difference between papal infallibility and papalism, as it should be called, and what papalism means, I want to make some preliminary remarks. I will talk about John Paul II today, again. I will say things the way they are. The first and foremost duty of a priest, who is in Latin an alter Christus, a second Christ. The first and foremost duty of a priest, and all Catholics, but especially a priest, is the truth. Thank you. And if some of the people here don't like the way I talk about John Paul II, prove to me that I am wrong or shut up. I am sick and tired of the touchy-feely baloney. The Pope, you can't talk bad about the Pope. What I have to say about the Holy Father right here, I can prove with footnotes. And for the one who doesn't like it, I will quote Christ. Quis capere potest capiat. If you can take it, take it. If not, the door is back there. Now, I said the first and foremost duty of a priest is to the truth. But as a priest, I'm not only obliged to the truth, I'm also obliged to teach you. I'm obliged to save your souls more than teach you. And I want to say two little things here, two advice for your personal life. The first one is, whatever I say in my lecture today or what I said yesterday is of no value whatsoever to you if you do not stay in the state of grace. You are here not to hear some nice stories, which I can provide, rest assured, but you're not here to hear some nice stories. You're here to learn on how to save your soul. So apart from the topic that I will deal with in 5 minutes from now, I want to tell you two things. There is two tricks to beat the devil to his awful game. And the number one is the 5 Saturdays of reparation. I was asked yesterday, I'm not breaking the seal of confession when I say that, I was asked yesterday several times on how to do the 5 Saturdays, and I said I will answer that question today. Now, to be on the safe side, I will give you the strict rules only. Our Lady made some concessions, but to be on the safe side, I give you the strict rule. On the first Saturday of the month, you go, and if you have to drive and take a vacation day, it's worth your soul. You go to a traditionalist priest and confess. Then you receive communion. Then you say the rosary in front of the Blessed Sacrament. And then you meditate for 15 minutes on the significance of the 15 mysteries of the Rosary, which are the representation of the history of salvation. I say again, confession, communion, Rosary, and 15 minutes meditation to help Our Lady. Not that she needs help, but she wants you to help her digesting, as I would say, the offenses, the incredible and innumerable offenses against her Immaculate Heart. If you do this for 5 Saturdays in a row, 5 first Saturdays of a row, in a row, let's say you start November, we've got October is past, November, December, January, February, March, first Saturday. If you do that strictly according to the rule I gave you, without using any of the concessions given, you can be on the safe side. And in that case, Our Lady will absolutely, definitely, and positively assist you in your hour of death. Don't take it too easy, because if somebody does the 5 Saturdays and then says, now I may go on and sin freely, he will have a nice surprise at the Last Judgment, because Our Lady will be there to help him, but he will not want the help because he will be hardened in his sin. So keep fighting, keep staying in the life of grace, but do the 5 Saturdays. That's the only life insurance that I can recommend. And the second thing is, if you want to stay in the life of grace, you have to understand one thing about prayer. There is formal prayer and there's mental prayer. Get into a habit of mental and continued prayer. I love it when you tell me that you say the rosary in common in your family, 7 p.m., something like this. All of you kneel down, you handle the rosary beads, and you say a rosary in common. It's beautiful. Keep going to do so. But you can add to that. You could say the 15 mysteries every day the way I try to do it. I don't have the time to kneel down and pray. It sounds absurd, but sometimes I really don't. You get up in the morning, make the bed, first mystery. For the male people, you shave, second mystery. Take a shower, third mystery. Put the coffee in the percolator and drink the coffee, fourth mystery. Go down to your car, fifth mystery. Drive to work, another 5 mysteries, and so on. That's how you do it. And if you will find out one thing that I can almost guarantee to you. If you manage to get into a habit of saying the 15 mysteries every day, you will stay in the life of grace. But you have to go to frequent confession. Don't wait 5 weeks, and don't wait until you have to go. Next time you meet a traditional priest, go to confession. Next time after that, if a week or more has passed, you meet a traditional priest, go to confession. Ask him, bother him. Priests are there for. If the priest says, I don't have time to hear your confession, he will go to hell. Bother the priests. Yesterday I didn't hear a thing of Father Gruner's lecture because I was sitting back there hearing confession. And Father Gruner would be the first one to say, I did the better job. Because the sacraments are infinitely more important than the best lecture ever given. Stay in the life of grace, and you don't have to be afraid of the last punishment, the Third World War, the doom that is near. What do you care? If you're in the life of grace, you don't care. If you're in the life of grace, all you have to think about is to stay in the life of grace, to be able to escape hell when you die and when you receive your personal judgment. Don't waste your time with studying about when the Last Judgment is going to take place. Not even Our Lady knows that. Why would you know? God is not going to tell you, promise. Stay in the life of grace, be prepared. And if on the highway a truck runs you over, and you're in the life of grace, you will escape hell. That means you're saved. You might have to go through a horrible purgatory, but you're saved. Say the 15 mysteries, but remember that you do not have to kneel down for them. You do not have to use the beads. This is my rosary. God was gracious enough to give me 10 fingers, and I used them. That's 10 Hail Marys. Get into the habit of constant prayer, because I don't like switch on, switch off prayer. Okay, people, it's time for the rosary. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, click. Pater noster qui es in celis sanctificetur nomen tuum. It's better you say the prayer like this than you don't say it at all. But get into the habit of prayer. Instead of wasting your time with finding out about visions, apparitions, and miracles, say another decade. Say another rosary. The rosary and the sacraments is the only way that you can possibly survive in this swamp of a world. End preliminary remarks. What does the Church teach about papal infallibility? I have explained to you yesterday and on other occasions last year that the present Pope, in many of his documents, most of his documents, is in what you would call at least theological error. In some of his documents, he makes statements that are in direct, irrefutable contradiction to defined church doctrine. Like I mentioned yesterday, in Catechesi Tradenda number 32, the Pope says that the Spirit of Christ does not refrain to give salvation to the efforts of Protestant churches. That in itself is heresy, because Christ is not capable of giving salvation to the efforts of Protestant churches. Mind you, we are not discussing the fate of an individual Protestant about which we know nothing. We are discussing the efforts of Protestant churches. This is what the text of Unitatis Redintegratio number 3 says, and this is what the Pope quotes in Catechesi Tradenda number 32, which is his document on how to teach catechesis, written in 1979. I also explained to you yesterday the Christological heresy, referred to the tape of yesterday, the Christological heresy of the 11th of January 1988, about the line of the creed where it says, and Christ descended to hell. There's a triple heresy in one single sermon. I am not today discussing the question if John Paul II is the Pope or not, if the sedevacantists are right or not. I personally believe that the Pope is the Pope because he has not yet been in formal heresy. Formal heresy, contrary to material heresy, even though there are different theories even on that distinction, but generally the teaching of the Church would say formal heresy is declared heresy. When Herr Dr. Martin Luther said, the Church is wrong, I teach you the truth, he went into formal heresy because he himself put his own statements in formal contradiction to the Church teaching. Because, and I discussed this topic last year at the conference, because the present Pope's concept of tradition is warped and twisted, he most probably, and until we can prove it to the contrary, we have to presume that he most probably thinks that what he is saying is in accordance to tradition, because he has the wrong concept of tradition. In a wrong concept of tradition, he's capable and able of saying, in accordance to tradition, I tell you this, and what he says is in contradiction to tradition, because he has the wrong concept of tradition. Resulting from the wrong understanding of tradition, he thinks it's possible that the truth apparently changes, while we know a truth cannot even apparently change. So the Pope, according to what I think, mind you, that's my theological opinion, that's not church teaching what I'm saying now, is not yet in formal heresy. He has nowhere ever said that the Church in the past taught the wrong thing and he's correcting this. He never said that. He's pretty close to saying that, but he doesn't say it. However, the question if he is Pope or not is something for another lecture. Today we have to talk about how far we are obliged to follow a Pope. And this can only be decided after we understood the true concept of infallibility, of papal infallibility, and more than that, of papal authority. Needless to say, I will try as much as possible to refrain from uttering my own opinions and try as much as possible to stick to what the Church herself, the mother and teacher of all churches, said. The question of infallibility was dealt with amply and sufficiently in the Constitutio Dogmatica Prima Pastor Eternus de Ecclesia Christi of the 18th July 1870 at First Vatican Council. That is for those who have the collection of Denzinger back home, Denzinger number 3020 until 3070. In this dogmatic constitution, Pope Pius IX, with the help of bishops and theologians, formulated the exact doctrine on the papal infallibility, the very doctrine that, as I said yesterday when I explained the significance of the term anathema, the very doctrine that you have to believe or you will go to hell. You find this doctrine in the 4th chapter of the Constitution. And here it says, "This gift, then, of truth and never-failing faith was conferred by heaven upon Peter and his successors in this chair, that they might perform their high office for the salvation of all, that the whole flock of Christ, kept away by them from the poisonous food of error, might be nourished with the pasture of heavenly doctrine, that the occasion of schism being removed, the whole church might be kept one, and resting in its foundation, might stand firm against the gates of hell. But since in this very age in which the salutary efficacy of the apostolic office is most of all required, not a few are found to take away from its authority, we judge it altogether necessary solemnly to assert the prerogative which the only begotten Son of God vouchsafed to join with the supreme pastoral office. Therefore, faithfully adhering to the tradition receiving from the beginning of the Christian faith, for the glory of God our Savior, the exaltation of the Catholic religion, and the salvation of Christian people, with the approval of the Sacred Council, we teach and define that it is a dogma divinely revealed, that the Roman Pontiff, when he speaks ex cathedra, that is, when in discharge of the office of pastor and teacher of all Christians, by virtue of his supreme apostolic authority, he defines a doctrine regarding faith or morals to be held by the universal church, is by the divine assistance promised to him in Blessed Peter, possessed of that infallibility with which the divine Redeemer willed that his church should be endowed in defining doctrine regarding faith or morals, and that therefore such definitions of the Roman Pontiff are of themselves and not from the consent of the church irreformable. But if anyone, which may God avert, presume to contradict this our definition, let him be anathema." That means in practice, if the Pope says, in virtue of my apostolic authority, I herewith declare, define, and state that this and this and this is to be believed by all the faithful forever, then he speaks infallibly, and only then he speaks infallibly. Is John Paul II the first pope in church history who pronounces contradictory things to church doctrine, errors or heresy? No. The first one who, as you would say, smelled of heresy was Pope Liberius in the 3rd century. At that time, there was a heresy that said that Christ is not really God, but only human being. That was the Arian heresy. Pope Liberius, and mind you, it is the absolute and indispensable duty of a pope to fight heresy. He has no own decision on that. If the Pope faces heresy, he has to fight it. If not, he's in sin against his office. Pope Liberius not only did not fight the Arian heresy, but because a majority of bishops, similar situation today, a majority of bishops went into that heresy, he sided with them. And he excommunicated Patriarch Athanasius of the Coptic Patriarch. Athanasius knew that the Pope was wrong and that he was right. So Athanasius did not react to the papal excommunication. He continued to ordain priests and consecrate bishops. And later on in church history, Saint Athanasius became Saint Athanasius, and Pope Liberius became the first pope not to be a saint. 2 centuries later, the heresy was the other way around. Now, there were heretics who said, Christ is God, but he was not really man. Therefore, he had only one will and one nature. These heretics were called, with the Greek term, the monophysicists and the monothelists. Pope Honorius, who was pope at the time, did not really side with these heretics, but he didn't do anything against them, maybe because he was afraid. However, he did not do anything against them. By his third successor, Pope Honorius was condemned. That means the future pope, who had studied the case of Pope Honorius and the heresy he would have had to deal with, condemned Pope Honorius, said, this was a miserable pope. He was a disgrace to the office. As a matter of fact, they undug the corpse of the pope, vested him in pontificals, in order to be able to perform the rite of unvesting a bishop, and threw him in the Tiber. I like that part. In between those popes, there was Pope Nicholas I. Pope Nicholas I was nothing special. He was not a good theologian, he was not a bad theologian, he was nothing special. Pope Nicholas I was a nice man, and he read some of the things that Saint Ambrose, mind you, a church father, that Saint Ambrose of Milan had written. Saint Ambrose of Milan said, when you convert a heretic, and you find out that the heretic was baptized, not in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, but was baptized in the name of Christ, he was validly baptized. Well, you know that's wrong. Christ himself in the Gospel of St. Matthew said, go and preach to all the world and baptize all the people in the name of the Father, the Son, Holy Ghost. St. Ambrose, who was a church father, was not a pope, and he didn't have the infallibility guaranteed. He just was wrong. Pope Nicholas I, who quoted him, was wrong. That happened before, as you see. Some people pointed out to Pope Nicholas that what he said about baptism was baloney. I don't know how he reacted, and it's a mere historic question. He never defined the doctrine. In the 14th century, there was a pope whose name was John the 22nd. Pope John the 22nd, in his sermons, preached, and in a book wrote down that the souls of the dead cannot have the beatific vision or the eternal damnation before the last judgment. The cardinal said, Holy Father, you're wrong. The University of Paris, who received the Pope's handwritten book, said, that's baloney. The Pope said, no, that's the way it is. The day before John the 22nd died, he took back that stupidity. And he left it to his successor in the papacy, who was one of the Nicholas popes, I believe, to correct that. And indeed, the day after, John the 22nd died, and his successor rectified that doctrine. Said, my predecessor was totally wrong on that. In the 15th century, a pope, forgot his name, gave the power, that's what he believed, gave the power to a French abbot. Now, mind you, usually an abbot does not have episcopal consecration. Gave the power to an abbot to consecrate, to ordain priests in his monastery. Until today, the question has not been defined by the church. So if you say that's possible, you're not a heretic. But I think you're wrong. And the very fact that this pope empowered an abbot to ordain priests does not mean that that is possible. Papal authority does not extend to recommendations of toothpaste either. The Pope has the guarantee of the Holy Spirit only and exclusively when he, in virtue of his apostolic authority, declares a doctrine or a final statement to a moral theological question and says that everybody has to believe it forever. This is what, for example, Pope Pius V did with the Holy Roman Missal. In 1570, he published what is our Missal, which was used today in the morning on this altar. And he said, no future Pope ever may change this Mass or write up a new one. Because he was not talking about discipline or church government, but because he was talking about a little bit more than the faith itself, he was talking about the foundation of the faith. He was binding his successors. The Pope is not the supreme head of the church. That's the most terrible of our mistakes. In the 1920s, a French priest named La Roche said, now that St. Pius X has unmasked the heresy of modernism, now that we can analyze and face the heresy of modernism, we are going to be confronted with the most terrible of all heresies, the heresy that the Pope can do everything. It is, as you will see, a heresy. The Pope is not the boss. The Pope is the vicar of the boss. He is the vicar of Christ. He is the vice president. He is the vice chairman of the board. He is not in charge. He is only in charge on matters of church government and discipline, unless he invokes infallibility. In the very document that I quoted, in which papal infallibility is, as I said, aptly described and explained, Denzinger Schönmetzer number 3070, the 4th chapter, it says, Neque enim Spiritus Sanctus successoribus Petri promissus est, ut eo revelante novam doctrinam patefacerent, sed ut eo assistente traditam per apostolos traditionem seo depositum fidei sancte custodierent et fideliter exponerent. For the Holy Spirit was not promised to the successors of Peter that by his revelation they might make known new doctrine, but that by his assistance they might inviolably keep and faithfully expound the revelation or deposit of faith delivered through the apostles. When in the 5th chapter of the Fallen document, Ecclesia Dei of 1988, the 2nd of July, Pope John Paul II signed the following statement, he went into contradiction against this dogmatic definition because he said, it would be nice, I paraphrase, it would be nice if people could attend the old Mass because some of the people have not yet got round to understand and accept the doctrines of Vatican II, and now I quote literally, perhaps because some points of this doctrine are new. if he had been shrewd enough to say, perhaps because some aspects of this doctrine are new, I would have said, But the fact that he says, perhaps because some points of doctrine are new, that is heresy. No doctrine and no point of doctrine can be new. I explained yesterday and last year and many other occasions. There is a deepening in understanding of tradition, eodem sensu, eademque sententia, in the same sense and the same judgment. The sense of what is taught cannot change. There cannot possibly be new points of doctrine. When in 1950, Pope Pius XII defined the Assumption of Our Lady as a dogma, he did not tell Christendom anything new whatsoever. There was absolutely nothing new in that doctrine. In the dogma on infallibility, there is nothing new whatsoever. Whatever you find in this dogma has been believed by the Catholic Church ever since the last apostle died, which is the end of tradition. The Pope has received the Holy Spirit in order to, and as usual, the translation here is not good, in order to saintly safeguard the depositum fidei, the deposit of faith, and faithfully interpret it. You see that Pope Pius IX, with all the infallibility of a pope, says the Pope has to be faithful to doctrine. He has to be faithful to the tradition of the Church. Saint Cyril of Jerusalem, one of the most outstanding church fathers, said, what is all these discussions? Is it tradition? Ask no more. If it's tradition, okay. If it's not tradition, forget it. And I quoted yesterday the symbol of faith of the Council of Trent, which until a few years ago priests had to make a vow on, and which I vowed yesterday in public again. We will steadfastly hold true to the traditions of the Church. No changes. And the distinction between what the Pope may change or may not change is again found in the dogmatic definition that I just quoted. In the 3rd chapter, this document says, sorry, I lost the quotation here. Happens when you put in reading marks and you take them out. Very clever. I can't find it right now, but I know the whole thing by heart anyway. So, the Council makes a very, very important distinction when it says, in the 3rd chapter, the dogmatic definition is talking about not infallibility, which is only in the 4th chapter, but about the papal primacy. The dogmatic constitution is easily remembered as 4 chapters. 1st chapter, Peter had the primacy. 2nd chapter, all his successors have the primacy. 3rd chapter was that what does the primacy mean? 4th chapter, what is infallibility? Now in the 3rd chapter, the primacy is distinguished. It says, and look at the way they formulate the definition. Not only has the Pope the primacy in matters of faith and morals, but also in matters of discipline and church government. That's a very clear distinction. It says not only has the Pope the primacy in matters of faith and morals, because that was understood. Everybody knew that. Nobody had any need whatsoever to be told that the Pope has the primacy in faith and morals. The important part of the third chapter of this definition is to tell the people that he has the primacy also in matters of church government and discipline. This distinction is to be remembered as an essential one in theology. The Pope, obviously, if he has the possibility of infallibly declare a doctrine of the church, binds his successors. That goes without saying. And it's unthinkable and impossible that the future Pope would say, Our Lady was not immaculately conceived. That's impossible. He's bound, because those are matters of faith. The faith doesn't change because Christ doesn't change, because God doesn't change. Infinite simplicity cannot change. Therefore, God cannot change. Therefore, Christ, who is God, cannot change. Therefore, Christ, who is the truth, cannot change. The truth cannot change. If Pope Eugene IV in 1441 said that even those who share their blood for Christ, if they are heretics, will go to hell, they cannot be saved, then this is true still today, and it will be true in the future. No Pope can change that. As much as John Paul II wants to change that, and as much as John Paul II is constantly uttering heresy against that doctrine, he cannot change it. He's bound. It's just disobedience in matters of faith. He cannot change it. It's impossible. If I tell you that the Trinity has 4 persons, you will know this is baloney, because you will know immediately I cannot change it. The Trinity has 3 persons and 1 nature, period. That's it. Nothing and nobody can ever change that. Not even God can change it, because God is unchangeable. So what God cannot change, man must not attempt to change. It's nothing got to do with the Almighty God, because Almighty is to be understood in a logical context, not in an absurd context, not in a contradictory context. The Pope cannot change the doctrine, but in matters of church discipline, in matters of church government, he can change things. The new Code of Canon Law, make no mistake, as long as we cannot prove to John Paul II that he is not the Pope, which I said before I cannot prove, we have to accept the new Code of Canon Law as long as the new Code of Canon Law does not contradict church doctrine, which it does. The canons in the new Code of Canon Law that contradict church doctrine, I will not accept, of course not. I'm not a heretic, and I don't want to become one. But if the new Code of Canon Law says that a Roman court of justice has to answer within 3 months, the Roman court of justice is bound to it. That's a matter of church government and discipline. If the new Code of Canon Law says that priests should wear clerical habits, and if tomorrow morning for traveling I put on my black, I'm in a technical disobedience to the new Code of Canon Law, because this is a disciplinary matter, because the new Code of Canon Law, as long as it does not go against tradition and church doctrine, is binding. Of course it is. Unless I can prove that the Pope who published it is not a Pope. Very simple. If I cannot prove that, then I might as well take the safer course and follow it, unless I cannot follow it because, like the definition of marriage in the new code, it's heretical. The definition of the church in the new Code of Canon Law is heretical. But a definition in a code is not of any interest whatsoever, because the code says you must do this and you must not do this. If the code says the church is this and this and this, I don't care anyway. The Pope has the right to change the law of papal election. The law of papal election, the conclave, has been changed by St. Pius X. It has been changed by Pius XII. It has been changed by Paul VI. It has been changed by John Paul II. No problems with that. John Paul II might as well lay down the rules of a mere act of administration. But John Paul II, not being Christ, mind you, some people think he is. John Paul II not being Christ, but only number 2. If John Paul II does something which is against the explicitly defined will of Christ, commits a sin of disobedience, if not heresy, and at least is not binding. Pope Innocent III said, if a future pope was to pronounce heresy, the world cannot judge him. He is judged by pronouncing heresy, and you must not follow him. St. Thomas Aquinas said, if your legal superior issues an order that is against a higher law, you not only may not obey him, you must publicly correct him, which is what I'm doing here. If the Supreme Commander of the United States Armed Forces, Hillary Clinton, issues an order saying that all officers must shoot their wives, many officers have waited for that chance for many years. However, the command is patently absurd and illegal and may not be followed by any officer. There is no such thing as a binding illegal command. It's contradictory. I will not follow any command whatsoever, and if only out of stubbornness, if it is not coming from the legal superior as a legal command. Period. If John Paul II was to tell me that I should celebrate a Mass on the evening of the Feast of the Assumption, with a special rite of Mass for that day, in the Old Mass, I will do it. In 1854, December 8th, Pope Pius IX changed the Mass of the Immaculate Conception. There was a new introit, new prayer, new reading, new gospel, new secret, new communion, a new post-communion. That's as far as a pope can go, period. In 1950, when Pope Pius XII announced the Assumption as a dogma, he changed the text of the Mass. If the present Pope, for some reason, which won't happen, believe me, was going to canonize a saint, I mean really canonize a real saint, and tell me I have to use this formula of Mass, no matter what Mass I say, I have to use this formula anyway, and if it fits into the old Mass and it's correctly made up, I will do it, of course. An encyclical of Pius XII. And somebody says, Father, paragraph 4 seems to be against church tradition, and neither she nor I can prove it. I will accept it, as I said yesterday, not with the assent of faith, but in obedience. The moment a pope speaks against tradition, which this pope does for now some 40 years, long before he became pope, as long as this pope speaks against tradition, I will follow Innocent III, I will follow Eugene IV, and I will follow Pius IX, who explicitly said that in that case we must not follow. Pius IX, at the very same Vatican Council that pronounced the dogma of infallibility, was asked by the Bishop of Brixen, excuse me, Holy Father, but what happens if in the future a pope pronounces heresy? And Pius IX said, you just don't follow him. It's much easier than you think. You just don't follow him. The one, this is a parenthesis, the one and very grave injustice for which the recent popes will be held responsible for the Last Judgment is that until 1958, nobody had the need to study theology in order to know what is church doctrine. Today, you all must be almost doctors of theology in order to understand what is doctrine and what is not. And this is why I agree with Monsignor Lefebvre, who said, for simplicity's sake, reject what is after 58, and accept what is before 58. For simplicity's sake, mind you. There was a lot of heresy before 1958, and there was a lot of good books after 1958. But for simplicity's sake, for safety's sake, for the safety of your own soul, reject what happened after 1958. Pope Pius XII is a very controversial person and figure in history. But there is no encyclical of Pius XII that you can really say has to be rejected. There is one, Pacem in Terris, with John the 23rd. In Pacem in Terris, John the 23rd already proclaims the blasphemous and heretical doctrine of religious liberty. When the United States Constitution says we have to have religious liberty, this is an agreement of getting along. The United States Constitution says, listen, there's a lot of religions here, there's a lot of people here, there's a lot of cultures here, we got to get along. But if a churchman, be it a priest or be it a pope, says religious liberty has to be, then he speaks heresy against church tradition. Religious liberty as a doctrine has been explicitly condemned by Pope Pius IX, before him Leo XIII, Gregory XVI, after him Pius X, Pius XI, Immortalium Animos, and Pius XII. They all said there is no such thing as a right to religious liberty in the church. You can tolerate other religions. Means you don't go out and butcher your Muslim neighbors, right? But you do not, unlike this Pope, encourage them in their horrible pagan theories. The essence of what I'm saying about papal infallibility here is this. When a pope acts like a pope, in the sense that he follows church tradition, he speaks in the tradition of the church, or he solemnly defines, declares, decrees, and statutes something, and you know you're talking or listening to the Vicar of Christ. When a pope talks baloney, and that goes for past centuries too, you're talking to a human being. You couldn't care less what his opinions are. Now, I hate to name him because he's a friend of mine. Michael Davis says the present Pope could not possibly have published, or Paul VI, not possibly have published an order of Mass that is intrinsically evil. That would be against the indefectibility of the Church. My very revered and learned friend, Michael Davis, should read this book, which yesterday I told you everybody has to have. Ludwig Ott, The Fundamentals of Catholic Dogma. On page 196, paragraph 12, the indefectibility of the Church. Sententia certa. You have to accept it in obedience, even though not in the assent of faith. Sententia certa. The Church is indefectible. That is, she remains and will remain the institution of salvation, founded by Christ until the end of the world. When Paul VI published the Novus Ordo, he did not act as the Vicar of Christ and the Supreme Pontiff of the Catholic Church. That has nothing to do with the indefectibility of the Church, that he published an intrinsically evil rite that is against divine will, against divine doctrine, against the will of God. He simply, in total disobedience to his own job, in total disobedience to Christ, almost in a mockery, in a Lutheran mockery of the sacrifice of Calvary, published a blasphemous, intrinsically evil rite of Mass, never put his signature under any obligation to use this Mass. Therefore, he's nothing else but a heretic who published a heretical book. What has that got to do with the indefectibility of the Church? The Church still is the institution of salvation, isn't it? It is. Founded by Christ, it is. Until the end of the world, it is. What happens out there in the so-called Archdiocese of Chicago, that is what John Paul II in his first encyclical Redemptor Hominis blasphemously says and names as the Church of the New Advent. He calls it the Church of the Council. He calls it the Conciliar Church. He speaks about Vatican II as the Second Pentecost. Blasphemy again. He speaks about, like Paul VI, about Vatican II as a council that is more important than Nicaea. Those are opinions of a twisted mind. This is not church doctrine. It has nothing to do with the indefectibility of the church. Wherever the Catholic Church is to be found, like in this beautiful hall, this is where the Catholic Church is visible. When the Reverend Father Gruner today in the morning celebrated Mass, he needed a little bit overtime for celebrating, but it was visibly the Catholic Church. When I celebrated Mass yesterday evening, this was visibly the Catholic Church. It was visibly the institution founded by Christ, and it was visibly the institution that is the only hope we got. This is the indefectibility of the Church. The indefectibility of the Church does not mean that the Pope cannot talk baloney and commit crimes. The present Pope utters heresy, utters blasphemy. He commits schismatic acts. We do not really know if he's still Pope. We have to accept the fact unless we can prove the contrary. But it has nothing got to do with the indefectibility of the Church. And to conclude this speech, I want to answer a question of yours, which most of you have. How is it possible that God permits such suffering in the Church? How is it possible that God allows that the Catholic Church suffers as much as she does? The Catholic Church suffers. The Catholic Church suffers from episcopal conferences. She suffers from episcopal councils, priests' councils, parish councils. The Church suffers from heretical definitions. The Church suffers from a heretical definition of unity to be found in Redemptor Hominis, the first encyclical of Pope John Paul II, where he says the unity of the Church consists in synods, episcopal conferences, episcopal councils, and parish councils. While we know that dogmatically sure the Church's unity consists in a unity of faith, a unity of worship, and a unity under the same Vicar of Christ. The Church unity does not consist in all those Soviets. Soviet means council. The Church's unity does not consist in the parish Soviet, the diocesan Soviet, and the Episcopal Soviet. Yet the Church has to suffer through the most intensive and horrible crisis in her history. And this is where people's minds go bonkers. This is where people get confused to the point of losing the faith, because they have not understood the sufferings of Christ. If in doubt which mysteries of the Rosary to say the sorrowful mysteries. You have to understand the suffering of our Lord. You see, the glorious mysteries are the mysteries of the Church triumphant in heaven. The sorrowful mysteries are the mysteries of the Church suffering in purgatory. And the joyful mysteries are the mysteries of the Church fighting here. I'm happy and proud to sit here as one of the officers in that army. That's the joyful mysteries. But in order to understand the sufferings of Christ, you have to meditate on the sorrowful mysteries. And then you have to understand an analogy an insight that, if I may allow myself a personal remark, that only a saint can have. The insight that I'm going to reveal to you now, that only a saint can have. And Archbishop Lefebvre had it on the 29th of June, 1982, at the ordinations in Econ. He gave a sermon, and he said the following: don't get lost because of the sufferings of the church today. You see, the major heresies came up because people did not understand the sufferings of Christ. The Manichaeans, I quoted before, the Manichaeans and Pope Liberius, they could not understand the sufferings of Christ, and they said, a man who suffered like this cannot be God. And they went into heresy, and many of them went to hell. 2 centuries later, under Pope Honorius, they again said, these sufferings of Christ on the cross are absolutely incomprehensible. It is impossible that God goes through this. Therefore, the sacrifice of the cross was only symbolic. Christ is God, but he's not full human being. He only assumed a human appearance because it is impossible that God may suffer like this. They went into heresy. Many of them went to hell. And this is what is happening today. The people cannot understand the suffering of the church. And they confuse the two aspects of papacy: the divine aspect of infallibility and the human aspect of sin, error, blasphemy, and crime. And again, there is 2 groups who cannot digest what is going on. There is the people who say, it is impossible that somebody who commits crimes like this, it is impossible that somebody who utters heresies like this can possibly be Pope. It's like saying, one who suffers that much cannot be God. Arianism. And then you have the others who say, it is impossible that the Pope makes mistakes like this. The Pope is the Pope, is the Pope, is the Pope. Whatever he says cannot be that wrong. They think that he is only God, and they forget the human side, just like the monotheists under Honorius. When in reality we have to understand, this Pope is a human being. He has a social background that was horrible. He never had a chance to study theology the way I did. He grew up in heresy. He grew up in total confusion of philosophy. He's a phenomenologist. For him, this is a glass of wine if there's wine in it. It's an ashtray if I use it as an ashtray. St. Thomas would say this is a glass of wine even if you use it as an ashtray. That's realism. This Pope never had realism. Long before the council, he said we have to have religious liberty. Long before the council, he said the truth depends on how you see it. This is his background. This is the human background. And you believe that the Holy Spirit is asleep? The Holy Spirit made sure that Vatican II never became obligatory. Maybe it never even was a council. The Holy Spirit made sure that there is no single one papal signature under a document that says that I have to use the new missal. There is a notification of the congregation that says I must use the new missal. The Holy Spirit made sure that this Pope, in 20 years of pontificate, only once he said, in virtue of my apostolic authority, I herewith define, declare, and decree that no woman can ever become a priest, and this has to be believed forever. I agree with this. That is the only time He used the terminology of infallibility. And this is exactly the reason why, to me, the question if he's really Pope or not, in a certain sense is academic. The question if the new Mass is valid or not is academic. You must not go there anyway. The question if this Pope is Pope or not is academic. You can't follow him anyway. The question if the new Mass is a good thing or not is academic. It's against divine law, Canon 13, 7th session of the Council of Trent, period. It's against Quo Primum, which is an infallible document by St. Pius V, period. That's it. These are academic, theological, speculative questions, which are highly interesting, but not to you. You have to save your soul. So do I. And everything that I said, whatever I said, and whatever I will say, is of zero, zilch, nix, nothing value if you're not in the state of grace. Most catechisms, unfortunately, do not follow the Baroque tradition of catechism, where the first question was the following. This is a sermon of 30 seconds. Why was I born? Answer. I was born to contribute to the greater glory of God and thus reach heaven. Amen.
So the objective premise I want to review with you is the nature of the church. And that's not too much for you here, but for other people who be looking at the tape. And first of all, the Catholic Church was established or defined by Christ, not by modern popes. All right? Not by modern bishops, nor even, now, by mutually proclaimed experts and authorities. Not even they define the church. Jesus Christ defined it, not them, not any of that group. And another thing we should try to realize, this will help you to understand Canon Hesse and accept them better, those who have any doubts. And the Catholic Church is and always will be one with the past Catholic churches of all times and places. It's not just an organization with unity in the present time, unity and conformity. And another thing is the Catholic Church is a church of law. It's not a church of anarchy or despotism. That's not the Catholic Church. And right now we're in a time of ecumenical anarchy and local tyranny. But that's not the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is ruled by law, including canon law. And Canon Hesse will refer to canon law, and whether we like it or not, that's the law of the church. Above that is divine law, of course. And the Catholic Church is defined by infallible decrees of popes and not by the fallible allowances or policies of modern popes. So we have all of these contrasts. The Catholic Church concerns religion and salvation. It doesn't concern politics and sociology. So all of these things are jarring, but I'm saying them not for you all here, but for somebody who might be looking at the tape. That's a different church. It's not the Catholic Church. No matter what it calls itself, it wouldn't be the Catholic Church. Real Catholic Church is concerned with religion and salvation, not with politics and sociology. And the Catholic Church is the church of apostolic tradition, not the church of living and mutable, politically inspired policies and decrees, what they now call living tradition or the living magisterium. So that's the objective premise which will help you to accept Canon Hesse and what he says today. Now, the subjective premise is you should prepare yourself, especially those who are looking at it on the tape or hearing it on the tape. Be open to hearing a radical and shocking exposure of the Catholic faith. We're a generation that hasn't the foggiest notion of what a Catholic is. We don't have the foggiest, except for some of you here, of course, most of you here. And if possible, be edified, or at least be honest and say, right now I can't accept what he says. But by God's grace, something might register that you, it's happened to me in the past, something that you don't like, and it registers in your mind, and it might be the thing that will save you from hell. So at least listen and hear. If you can accept, if you can't accept, store. Put it in your memory bank, because maybe you can call it up later on. It might be just the thing that will solve your problem at that time. For example, if in the near future they tell you that you're going to be excommunicated by joining the Pius X Society, then, or by, excuse me, not by joining it, but by using its services, then you just ignore that, because you might have something stored that Canon Hesse said. Then you just recall that. So you will reject heresy. Now, in case there's any legalist here, question might come up in your mind, should Canon Hesse be allowed to give facts and solid Catholic teaching in the church in America? Should he? Well, or shouldn't the establishment church forbid him? Well, in good Jewish fashion or Hebonic fashion, I answer the questions with questions. How can a church which forms 2/3 of its youth to reject the natural law, that's a law everybody's accountable for, no matter who they are, as long as they're not an imbecile. How can that church, which leads 2/3, at least conservatively speaking, of its youth to reject the natural law, condemn anybody? Question mark. All right. And how can a church which apparently, but effectively, at least effectively, rejects, opposes, and condemns binding Catholic truths, forbid you to hear an Orthodox Catholic theologian? And that's what they do, as Canon Hesse will point out. And also, as he will, in the whole course of the 3 lectures or 4 lectures in the tapes, of course. And how can a church within which 80% of its followers in the United States of America reject binding Catholic Eucharistic dogma? You know, they're not even close to Catholics. 80% of Catholics, Novus Ordo formed, alleged Catholics who aren't, in the United States of America reject the dogma which you have to believe to be a Catholic on the Eucharist. Now, how can that church, its leaders who led the people to do that, how can they condemn Canon Hesse? So in good Jewish fashion, am I saying they can't? No. I'm a good Jew here. And I'm answering the question with questions. All right? So don't say, I said this, because I didn't say anything. I just asked questions. Now today we want to thank MEDA, and especially the dedication of its 2 principals, Vera Muller and Richard Ahern, for what they've done in helping to bring Canon Hesse here and helping them to enjoy a stay here in New Orleans. And so we want to thank them, first of all. And this series can be obtained from MEDA, the series of talks. And in general, this is a general introduction to Father Canon Hesse. I know you've been called worse things than Father. Okay. But Canon Hesse, 15 years, he spent 15 years in Rome. He knows, and he's met with several cardinals and even the Pope. Now, don't ask the Pope, because the Pope won't admit knowing him. All right. So anyway, and also he was secretary to Cardinal Stickler, who was one of the top curial cardinals who's now retired. And I met Canon Hesse in Rome at the conference for the bishops. He helped to give it with me. And there's one other person, Malengo, but the rest weren't that good. But anyway, he was the star of the show. Malengo, he hit the show the most because he was so startling with the devils in the Vatican. He said he saw him. He said Pope Paul VI saw him come in, said he was in there, and he said he hadn't seen him leave with his luggage yet. And so Malengo was the hit. And then Canon Hesse was the real hit as far as depth goes. And the best compliment I can give to him is that he's on the endangered species list. So he's one of the few authentic Catholic theologians we have left. I don't know how many they got, 10, 15, 20. But anyway, it's an endangered species, and he's one of the few living members of that endangered species. And so we'll start with Canon Hesse right after he gets hooked up. And again, remind you to keep quiet all the time. And Richard, you can cut all this out. He's going to hook up. And Richard, is this thing making too much noise? Remember it gave us trouble before? Just get that. Yeah, because I hear the noise. Let's see, we got 3 hookups. Vera, tell them not to keep opening the door because we get all those squeaks. Tell them not to open the door. Go out and stay out, but don't come up in and out. If possible.
Are you Italian? This is real spaghetti.
You ready, Richard?
Ready.
Wait a second.
Okay.
All right. In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, Amen. Actiones nostras quesumus Domini aspirando prevenet adiuvando prosecco et contra nostra oratio et operatio a te in principio et ecce finatur. Per Christum Dominum nostrum. Sancte Fili decime ora nobis. Modern electronics. Okay, now before I start to speak about today's topic, I have to make 3 distinctions because I have found out that people have great trouble in distinguishing the words objective, subjective, and the words material and formal. Sometimes I have to point out that anybody who is not subject to the Roman Pontiff and who is not in union with the Church cannot be such this tape or listen to the audio tapes. The reason, one of the reasons why we cannot positively state that this Pope is that this Pope is not Pope is because, first of all, we need proof. We do not have this proof. Some people quote the Apostolic Bull of Paul IV, Cum ex Apostolato, against the present Pope, saying that Paul IV decreed that a heretic cannot become Pope. Yes, but the papal election is an act of administration, not a sacrament. It is not a theological procedure. Therefore, there cannot be an infallible pronouncement on it. It is an act of administration, just like all elections. When in a monastery an abbot is elected, this is a canonical election. The election of the Supreme Pontiff among the cardinals is a canonical election. And those rules can not only be changed, but were changed a couple of dozen times over in church history. Leo XIII changed the rules. Pius X changed the rules. Pius XI changed the rules again. Pius XII changed the rules again. Paul VI changed it, and the present Pope changed it again. And none of them has ever quoted Paul IV again on this. Now, the bull, Cum ex Apostolato, is an infallible bull as far as the doctrinal statements are concerned. It cannot be infallible as far as an administrative rule is concerned, saying that if a cardinal was a heretic, even when he was a heretic and converted, he cannot be validly elected Pope. To be validly elected Pope, you need positive human law, a law of administration. And that every single Pope can change, much unlike the doctrinal laws, which no Pope can change, ever. If a Pope decides forever on a moral issue, his successor cannot change it. Impossible. He will put himself in schism with the Church. But a rule of administration and how it can be changed, and how. In the beginning, the people of Rome elected the Pope. Later on, it was the clergy of Rome. And very much later on, only 1,300 years after Christ died and resurrected and founded his church at Pentecost, cardinals were the only ones to elect the Pope. So if a future Pope says, I don't want cardinals to elect the Pope, but all of the bishops in the world, he's going to make a mess, but that doesn't make the election invalid, because it would be horrible. Not to, I don't want to think of it. But it doesn't make the election, duly procedures required and provided, it doesn't make it invalid. because it's an act of administration. And that's why I recommend the sedevacantists to be a little more careful with their judgments. The Society of St. Pius X is not exactly composed of all idiots, and none of them nowadays considers the Apostolic See vacant. And the three priests, Father Sanborn, Kelly, and Secada, unfortunately, because they're otherwise very good theologians, unfortunately had to be kicked out of the Society of St. Pius X for insisting on the fact that we do not have a pope. To me, this is a neurotic statement too, because you put yourself in a dead end. Who's going to elect the next pope? I'll leave the question to you. Now, we are in the topic already. I mentioned the Society of St. Pius X, and Father Trenchard pointed out to you that you will not be excommunicated if you use the services of the Society of St. Pius X. Why is this so? Now, I have to presume that you will see the tapes of my conference on Thursday, Fridays, and yesterday. I do not have the time to repeat everything I said there, so there will be a lot of references to my first, second, and third lecture. In my first lecture, I explained to you how the crisis came about. In my second lecture, I explained to you what is wrong with the new Mass. And yesterday, I explained to you what is wrong with Vatican II. And in near future, you will get a complete list of all the quotations of Vatican II, which are definitely unacceptable to a Catholic. And just reading those quotations, you will be able to see what I mean. You will be, even though you're not learned theologians, you will be able to use my list to see and understand what I mean. I give you one example. We have that much of time. Lumen Gentium 16 says that the Muslims together with us adore one merciful God. This is blasphemy and heresy, because it might as well be that the individual Muslim tries to find the real one God. But the Council says the Muslims, capital letter in Latin, Musulmani nobiscum adorant unum Deum. They do not adore one merciful God with us, but against us, because they deny the Incarnation, and they deny the Blessed Trinity, and they use words which I don't want to repeat here to describe what the idea of the Trinity. And Vatican II has the blasphemous audacity to speak about them and the Jews praying to the same God we do. This is a thoroughly and entirely Masonic concept that cannot be accepted by any Catholic. The Muslims are not only heretics, they're pagans. And they do not adore our God because they do not adore Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Anybody who says they adore the same God we do because they nobiscum, together with us, not along with us, as one smart aleck translated, together with us is nobiscum. If you say they adore one merciful God together with us, then you sin against the first commandment gravely. We adore Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and Son incarnated man. The Word has become flesh. You see, the situation is a disaster, and that's to say the least. So in 1970, French seminarians of the Séminaire Français in Rome were threatened with being kicked out of the seminary for the simple reason that they wanted to say the rosary and wear the cassock. So they did not accept that, of course, and they asked Archbishop Lefebvre, who at this time was contemplating to retire and live the rest of his life pensioned in Rome. They were asking Archbishop Lefebvre for help. Archbishop Lefebvre was not very convinced at first that he should do that, but however, they insisted, especially a certain Monsieur Tissier de Malaret, who is now Bishop Tissier de Malaret, insisted and kept insisting, and together with him, another French priest who is now at the moment the second advisor, general advisor to the Society of St. Pius X. So they found a house in Fribourg in Switzerland, and Bishop Henri Charrière of Fribourg, Lausanne, and Sion at the same time gave them an official church blessing to found the society, the priestly society of St. Pius X. And so it was a work of the church, legally, regularly founded by a diocesan bishop in Switzerland. And the society was canonically, therefore canonically means according to the regulations of the Code of Canon Law, canonically erected in 1970. And after a while, Archbishop Lefebvre found the house, which is still the French-speaking main seminary today in Écon, that's in the Rhone Valley in Switzerland, the French-speaking part. And it was about after 1.5 years that Rome found out that they are celebrating the old Mass and they are teaching all this old stuff what Vatican II wanted to do away with. So they sent in 3 investigators, Cardinal Garon, Cardinal Wright, and Cardinal Tabera, who, quote-unquote, investigated. Right there in the place, they all gave praise on the whole outfit and said, this is beautiful, wonderful, everything according to the canonical regulations. I wish we had that elsewhere. Back in Rome, they said the exact contrary, which is typical for conciliar methods. You lie, cheat, and swindle. When you read Vatican II and its footnotes, you will find out that they lied, cheat, and swindle. They, in one and the same sentence, footnote at the end, they quote the guy, a church father or somebody else, quote it in the footnote in the first half of the sentence, and then they say the contrary in the second half of the sentence, and put the footnote at this, after the second half of the sentence, quoting, for example, in Gaudium et Spes 22:2, the church father Justinus, contrary to what Justinus said. This is the method of Vatican II and the Novus Ordo Church, the counterfeit church out there. They reported to Rome that this is not that the seminary in Econ was not according to the standards of Vatican II, etc., etc. You can very well imagine what they said. And so Rome said, we're going to shut down this thing. Archbishop Lefebvre, contrary to canon law, never even got a hearing, let alone a cause at the competent church tribunal. Never anything. You can read this in detail in one of the books available at the bookstands of the Society of St. Pius X. Archbishop Lefebvre was not even heard, which is against canon law. And then the official closed down of the Society of St. Pius X, not by the Pope, but by the Secretary of State, was silently acknowledged by Pope Paul VI, and Archbishop Lefebvre, the person concerned, never had a chance to defend himself. So this is the methods of, as Father Trinchard pointed out, tyrants who do not, they use canon law when it serves their purposes. But they do not understand canon law, they do not understand divine law, they do not understand eternal law, and they do not understand the meaning of law itself, the purpose of law, justice. So the Society of St. Pius X went on all the same. Rome explicitly forbade Archbishop Lefebvre to ordain priests. However, in 1976, he did ordain priests against the explicit instruction of Rome, and so they suspended him ad divinis. That means he was further on, according to what Rome believed, further on he was not allowed to say Mass except privately, and he was not allowed to give the sacraments except in the case of emergency. And this is exactly what we are in. We are in a case of emergency. The Church provides jurisdiction. Read canon law. The new code of canon law confirms what I say. I do not have to quote the old canon law to make my point. The new code of canon law affirms in several canons the old law of emergency. Now, why are we in an emergency? Well, listen to my lecture 1, 2, and 3, and you will see we are definitely in an emergency with 99% of the hierarchy preaching heresy. You need Catholic priests. You do not want to go to confession to a priest who says, oh, come on, that's not a sin. What's the matter with you? Today's priests tell young people in the confessional it's all right to go to bed before you're married. Wonderful. This is not what you want when you go to confession. You want to hear the Catholic moral theology, also because otherwise the absolution is invalid. So here, some people, some conservatives, I'm not a conservative, I warn you, I'm just plain Catholic. So some conservatives are worried about the jurisdiction of the Society of St. Pius X. They are absolutely not worried about priests who explain away sins in the confessional, which makes absolution invalid. They're absolutely not concerned and worried about priests who give general absolution, which in 99.999 cases is invalid. I know I have so far known only one single case of general absolution having been valid after the Second World War. And that was on a plane that was threatened with a crash. And the priest got up, turned around, grabbed the microphone, and said, anybody who's a Catholic, do an act of contrition, ego vos absolvo peccatis vestris, and so on, gave general absolution. That's valid according to Pius XII. It's valid according even to the decrees of the present Pope. 99.9% of all general absolutions are not valid. Nobody's hooked up with that problem. The conservatives are always worried about the jurisdiction of St. Pius X. Well, I tell you, the Society of St. Pius X gets the jurisdiction for absolution out of canon law. Canon law says jurisdiction can be given either by the competent authority or by the church itself. The church itself gives the jurisdiction for absolution or for marriages, as a matter of fact, in certain cases. I'll give you one example. A priest on a ship has all faculties automatically. Sure, he's the only one who can be approached for confession. I mean, if you commit a mortal sin on a cruiser, and that's very easy with the temptations out there, you don't want to die, you don't want to go to hell in case you die the next day or the ship sinks. So you might want a priest to confess to. And this priest usually does not have the faculties of confession out there on the ship, because there's no bishop around who would give him the faculty. So the church gives the faculties. And in any case of emergency, not just in the case of danger of death. See, canon law speaks about the danger of death, but it speaks about emergencies. It does not exclude other emergencies, because canon law is never exclusive without explicitly saying so. That's one of the first canons in the book. So the Society of St. Pius X has jurisdiction simply for the fact that there are no other Catholic priests around, or not enough. You're not, as a Catholic, you are not under the obligation to take a plane into another city in this country to be able to find a Catholic priest for confessing, you want to confess to. That would be ridiculous. The church is never ridiculous, because canon law can never be above the highest law of the church, Canon 1725 of the New Code of Canon Law. Suprema lex ecclesiae salus animarum. The highest law of the church is the salvation of souls. It is absolutely and positively and definitely against the salvation of souls if you are forced to confess to a heretical priest, to a priest who speaks heresy in the sermons, who celebrates the Novus Ordo Missa, which is illicit and against divine law, and who gives the sacraments in the Novus Ordo, which is illicit and against divine law. You don't want to confess to this priest. So canon law cannot be above divine law. That's absurd. And Archbishop Lefebvre knew that, and this is why he was going on. And he went on, and then he didn't get younger. So by the time it was 1988, Archbishop Lefebvre was already 83 years old. Now that's about usually the time to say goodbye to this world. Now Archbishop Lefebvre knew the moment he was dead, nobody, no bishop, not a single one, would be willing to ordain young men to be Catholic priests. What does it mean, Catholic priests? Now, rest assured, I know the situation in seminaries all over the world, diocesan seminaries, very well. I could give you an explicit description of what is going on in modern seminaries, but I can't because there's ladies present. I'm not joking. I could not possibly, in front of a present lady, tell you what is going on in new seminaries, but take an educated guess on several perversions of the Sixth Commandment. There is no way a Novus Ordo bishop, and except for, at the moment, 5-6 bishops at the moment, all others are Novus Ordo bishops and are not willing to ordain a young man who refuses Vatican II, refer to my yesterday's lecture, and who refuses the Novus Ordo Missa, refer to my lecture on Friday. So you cannot become a Catholic priest if you accept Vatican II. I proved this yesterday. You cannot be a Catholic priest if you celebrate the Novus Ordo. I proved this yesterday, the day before yesterday. So we were in a situation in 1988, and this is before the Fraternity of St. Peter and the Institute of Christ the King and similar organizations came about, mind you. We were in a situation that there were 2 bishops in the whole world willing to ordain Catholic priests. Oh, I shouldn't do this. Some people say I'm a Mason if I do this sign. I've learned my lectures. So two. There were two bishops around who were willing to ordain young men who refused Vatican II and the Novus Ordo. The moment Archbishop Lefebvre realized that if he did not ordain bishops, if he did not consecrate the bishops, apparently against the will of the Pope, I say apparently, I will explain later, there would be nobody left. And he was dead right on the spot because both Archbishop Lefebvre and Bishop Castro Mayo died in 1991, 3 years after. He had more than reasons enough to distrust Rome. There is the famous story of the paper that Archbishop Lefebvre signed the 5th of May, 1988, 2 months before the episcopal consecrations. In this paper, which is usually presented by the Vatican as an agreement, another lie. It was not an agreement, but the protocol of a conversation, a discussion. So when Archbishop Lefebvre, on the 5th of May, signed the protocol, he signed a protocol. That's what it was, a protocol, not an agreement. And still he had to take back his signature later on because, now in this protocol, they discussed the possibilities of having an organization with the blessing of the Holy See to keep a traditionalist seminary and a traditional rite of Mass going as an exceptional thing, so to speak, as if the Novus Ordo Missae was ever a rite of the Church, which is another lie. The Novus Ordo Missae is not a work of the Church. It has no blessing from the Church, and it is against divine law. I proved this. So the true rite of the Latin Roman Church, the Catholic Church of the Latin Roman Rite, is the Old Mass, canonized forever by St. Pius V in 1570 with his decree Quo Primum, which you will be able to read in Father Trinshard's book. And so they had no right to give an exceptional permission. They should have done the opposite, done away with the new rite and got the old rite back. However, they offered Archbishop Lefebvre an organization of pontifical rite headed by a commission of 7 members. And now get this. By a commission of 7 members. Who would the 7 members have been? 5 chosen by the Vatican. The 6th one would have been the one bishop. They would have ordained for that purpose, the very one bishop. And the 7th would have been a member chosen by the Society of St. Pius X. We live in a democratic, well, I don't, but the Novus Ordo people live in a democratic church. Now get this, 5 against 2. And the bishop here would have been chosen by Rome, so 6 against 1. It would have been a lot more honest to tell Archbishop Lefebvre, listen, we will not give you a bishop, we will put you under pontifical right, but we will decide what will go on. And the future, in 1988 it was future, and the future was to prove what Archbishop Lefebvre suspected. Because the fraternity of St. Peter was promised a bishop. I can't see a bishop given to the fraternity of St. Peter's yet. And we are almost 10 years after that. The indult masses, like in Providence, Rhode Island, the indult mass, the priest has to give communion in the hand or he's not allowed to celebrate the mass there. Monsignor Perl, who is in charge, the secretary of the Commission Ecclesia Dei, he asked the indult people in Vienna, Austria, said, why don't you give communion in the hand? It would make everything so much easier. This is what Archbishop Lefebvre predicted in 1988. So when he found out, he went back to Rome, he asked Cardinal Ratzinger, when are you going to give me this bishop? I'm not going to live for long anymore. And Cardinal Ratzinger said, oh, I can't give you a date. I can't give you an exact date. Archbishop Lefebvre tried again. He said, well, how about the 15th of August? Can I rely on your consecrating a bishop for my purposes the 15th of August? Oh, no, I can't give you a definite answer on that. Well, what do you call that? In English, it's called stalling. And stalling usually has not exactly an honest purpose, except in war.
So Archbishop Lefebvre said, okay, I see what's going on. Emergency applies. Emergency is there. We have a case of emergency. The rules for self-defense, the rules for defense apply. And the 30th of June, 1988, he consecrated 4 bishops. And Archbishop Lefebvre realized he needed 4 bishops because by 1988, his organization was worldwide. And he has a bishop in Argentina, and he has a bishop in the United States, Bishop Williamson in Winona, the local seminary. He has a bishop in Switzerland, who is now the Secretary General, and he has a second bishop in Switzerland, Monsignor Tessier de Malaret, whom I mentioned before. And those 2 bishops in Switzerland are not always in Switzerland because they have to do an awful lot of traveling all over the world. Last time I met Philae, he had just been coming back from somewhere, I remember not, yes, the Philippines. So these 4 bishops, thank God they're young, but these 4 bishops are under a constant stress, they're in constant traveling, and I thank the Lord we have 6 bishops now because there's the 5th one, Monsignor Rangel in the Diocese of Campos in Brazil, which would be a story for another lecture. And Monsignor Lasso, a retired bishop from the Philippines, God bless him, who has joined the Society of St. Pius X. This emergency, which can easily be proven in canon law, this emergency caused Rome to found a new organization, the Fraternity of St. Peter. Some of the priests, most of them, by the way, not in disagreement with the consecrations, the episcopal consecrations, that's another one of those tiny little dishonesties, or deviations from truth, or as you put it in politically correct speak, untruth. Most of them didn't leave the Society of St. Pius X because they were against the episcopal consecrations, but because they wanted to leave anyway. So then now they had a new chance. And the Fraternity of St. Peter was founded for the only and exclusive purpose to get people away from the Society of St. Pius X. Ain't that nice? So, an organization like this does not have the blessing of the Holy Spirit because the Church does not do things like this. The Church does not do that. Enough about the Fraternity of St. Peter. Why did I say before that Archbishop Lefebvre consecrated those 4 bishops with the will of the Pope? What is the will of the Pope? What is it? Now, the present Pope is a man who says Christ is really substantially present on the altar in Mass. And then he celebrates a Mass that never mentions this fact. So what does he mean? In another one of his encyclicals, the Pope says, only if you have the full Catholic truth you can be saved. And then in another place he says, Christ does not deny salvation to the efforts, mind you, of Protestant churches. Doesn't mean the individual Protestant. Maybe. But the efforts of Protestant churches, never. So what does he mean? Well, if I'm nice to the Pope and I'm respectful to the Pope, and I have to choose between one of his 2 opinions, I will choose the one that confirms with church tradition. Now, if the Pope says to Archbishop Lefebvre, I don't want you to ordain these bishops, but at the same time, in writing, he has signed the new Code of Canon Law, which in Canon 1725 says the highest law of the Church is the salvation of the souls, and Archbishop Lefebvre was able to prove that the salvation of the souls depended on correct theology, on correct confessors, and on the only right of the Roman Catholic Church. He had the will of the Pope, the real will of the Pope. The will of the Vicar of Christ, the will of the successor to St. Peter, not the will of Karol Wojtyła, John Paul II. Again, another one of those contradictions. So what would he have gone according to? I mean, you don't choose the heresy, you choose the orthodoxy. Okay? So he went on, and as a matter of fact, at the Episcopal consecrations, the 30th of June 1988, the Mandatum Apostolicum was read. The Mandatum Apostolicum is a letter, and there's a prescribed formula for it, that says, I, John Paul II, bishops of the Church, a Vicar of Christ, Bishop of Rome, Archbishop of etc., Primate of Italy, and Primate of the West, and patriarch of the West, and so on, and servant of the servants of God, hereby allow you, Bishop so-and-so, or Archbishop so-and-so, or Cardinal so-and-so, or anybody in good standing with the Catholic Church, to consecrate the following priest, da-da-da, to the bishophood. Archbishop Lefebvre, of course, could not put in the name John Paul II, so he said the Church, exactly according to canon law. If my bishop refuses to give faculties of confession to me, and one of you comes to me and says, Father, I want to confess to a Catholic priest, could you hear my confession? I got, in that moment, latest in that moment, I get the faculty from the Church, and that is declared in canon law. Archbishop Lefebvre received the faculties to consecrate those bishops because of the emergency situation in the Church provided by canon law. These were canonically correct consecrations. You understand this? And that's basically the story of the Society of St. Pius X. And they're the only ones who, unlike me in rather milder terms, but very definitely, acknowledge the fact that the present Pope's encyclicals are packed with heresy. The Fraternity of St. Peter officially agrees with Vatican II and officially agrees with the present Pope's encyclicals. So they are not Catholics, officially, objectively. They are formally not Catholics. Formally, in their heart, I don't know. I have friends in the Fraternity of St. Peter's who are good priests, but formally, they're not Catholics. Formally, they're in heresy because they sign and affirm officially, formally, objectively, heresy, which means Vatican II, referred to yesterday's lecture. And the same with the Institute of Christ the King. The Institute of Christ the King, founded by Monsignor Wack, and because I was stupid enough not to see what was going on, and I like to have this on tape because Monsignor Wack never tells anybody about it, the Institute of Christ the King could only be founded because I was the bum who made it possible that he had 4 priests ordained. I'm not going to say here how I did it. And so he was able to start the Institute of Christ the King because now he had 6 priests instead of 2. Unfortunately, because as much as I like the Institute of Christ the King, as much as I like their priests, and I really like them, one of them is my best friend, Monsignor Wack concelebrated with the Pope second Eucharistical prayer, together with Dom Gérard Calvet, the abbot of the Benedictine monastery in France, that he founded to celebrate the Old Rite. They celebrate the 1965 Rite, if you call that the Old Rite, I don't know. And both of them concelebrated with the Pope, something which in the old liturgy you had only at Episcopal consecrations, and in quite a different form of today than today. They both concelebrated with the Pope, second Eucharistical prayer. I have seen the picture. So you know what's going on. You cannot say that the Novus Ordo is against divine law and then celebrate it for diplomatical reasons. Either you mistakenly say this is the liturgy of the Church, then you might as well celebrate it, or you say what I say, it's against divine law, and that's the reason why I'm not celebrating it, then you can also not do it for diplomatical reasons. And if they do not say, if the Fraternity of St. Peter and if the Institute of Christ the King do not say that the Novus Ordo is against divine law, then why do they celebrate the old Mass? Because it's more beautiful? Okay, they're running a museum. And against divine law. If it was not against divine law, on direct commandment of my bishop, I would have to celebrate it, right? If the Pope tells me that in a Dominican monastery somewhere they don't have a priest left, it's only brothers, and please, Father Hesse, celebrate the Dominican Rite for them, I will say, yes, sir, anytime you want. The Dominican Rite, the old Dominican Rite, of course. Fine, I have to obey. The reason why I cannot obey the Pope is because I'm bound to the divine law, and the new rite is against the divine law. Therefore, I'm not allowed to celebrate it. I commit a sin if I celebrate it. I did celebrate it. I didn't know. So subjectively, I did not commit a sin. Objectively, it was horrible what I did. I'm ashamed that I didn't find out earlier. I'm glad I didn't have to confess it. So these people are running a museum. Anybody who receives his faculties and his blessings from Ecclesia Dei, except for useful purposes. I got the decree of Ecclesia Dei here. Now this is on tape and they might take it back, but I'm deadly afraid of this. Here's the decree of the Ecclesia Dei Commission that allows me to celebrate Mass privately in the old rite. But sometimes it's useful. I don't believe in this. It's null and void, but sometimes it's useful. And if they want to take it back, let them take it back, okay? I got my travel luggage altar. The reason why I mention the Fraternity of St. Peter and the Institute of Christ the King is not to put them down, especially not the members. Monsignor Wack, the founder of the Institute of Christ the King, is a friend of mine for now 18 or 19 years. And some of the priests of the Institute are friends of mine, some of the priests in the Fraternity of St. Peter are friends of mine. Friendship usually is, especially among men, something that does not necessarily concern religion and politics. With me, a lot more politics than religion. I have Episcopalian friends and I love them, but they're Republicans. And so the reason why I mention them is to explain to you why I want you, if it is possible, to go to the Masses of St. Pius X. Now, if you happen, I don't know the geographical situation here, if you happen to live around the corner of a chapel of the Institute of Christ the King or the Fraternity of St. Peter, and the chapel of the Society of St. Pius X is 2 hours away, of course you're allowed to go to the, provided it's the old Mass and they don't give communion in the hand there, because like they do in indult Masses, or if you live around the corner of the indult Mass, and they do not commit sacrilege there, you're allowed to go there. But I warn you, first of all, there's two dangers. First of all, in their sermons, you cannot be sure you will get the doctrine of the Church. Now, with the Society of St. Pius X, even if a sermon there might be incredibly boring, it will never be against the doctrine of the Church. With the indult Mass and the Fraternity of St. Peter, there's a probability that they will tell you the truth, but you don't know. And there's another thing. When you go to communion with the Society of St. Pius X, you definitely know that the little hosts distributed to you were consecrated by one of the priests of the Society of St. Pius X within the old Mass. With the indult Mass, you might get the host that some liberal, hippie 1968 generation priest in an invalid celebration attempted to consecrate. So they're only cookies, crackers. With the Fraternity of St. Peter, you can go to communion without hesitation. Because if it's their own chapel, if they are not just borrowing the chapel, if they have their own chapel, then it's only them who celebrate there, so the Blessed Sacrament is valid. However, you have to be careful. If you can't go to anywhere else but to the indult Mass, go, but don't go to communion. You don't have to. The Church says you must go to communion once a year. Well, once a year you will be able to drive 3 or 4 hours to the next chapel, if you have to go that far, to the next chapel of St. Pius X and receive a definitely, positively valid communion there. See, the thing is, I'm not saying that 99.9% of the churches or parishes in this country do not celebrate Mass anymore, do not have the Blessed Sacrament of the Tabernacle anymore. I do not say that. I only say one thing, which Pope Innocent III said. You always must. Now this is official church doctrine. You always must adapt the safer course. You are not allowed to take chances with the sacraments. You're not allowed to. If you take chances with the sacraments, you're in sin. So if you don't know about the validity, stay away from communion. You don't have to. That's one of the greatest mistakes in our days. I don't see people going to confession, but I always see them going to communion. Either they're all very, 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 very holy, or they don't care. And it's a mistake to think that you have to go to communion in any case. And don't make the mistake a religious sister recently made in my presence saying, "Oh, Father, but I have a problem. I have to go to communion, otherwise all the sisters will see that I do not go to communion." I said, that's very easy. Grab a sandwich 5 minutes before Mass and let them see you do it. What are they concerned with? What the others think or say, or what at the Last Judgment will be said to them? Don't worry. Go to the Society of St. Pius X as much as possible, and if this is really too much for you, because you would have to go too far, or if the roads are, well, there won't be much ice here in winter in Louisiana, but in New England there is. I repeat what I said in one of the other lectures because it's of extreme importance. The third commandment does not say you have to go to Mass. The third commandment says you have to keep the Sunday holy. Actually, it says the Sabbath, but, the Sunday. You have to sanctify Sunday. That's the third commandment. It is the church that says you have to go to Mass. The church can only give positive laws. So the church has to provide the possibility for you. It is the church's duty to make sure you can go to Sunday Mass. So if the church does not provide you with its own liturgy, this is defined dogma of the Faith Council of Trent. The faithful have the right, God-given right, to receive the sacraments in their own right. My own right is not the Novus Ordo of Paul VI of infelicitous memory. My own right is the everlasting Mass, the Mass, la messe de toujours, as Lefebvre called it, the Mass of all the times. That is my own right, not a newly written up right. And in this context, I quote Trent again. 7th session, Canon 13. You will find it in Father Trinchard's book. Canon 13 of the 7th session said, whoever says that one of the pastors includes the Pope, right? It doesn't say one of the pastors subject to the Supreme Pontiff. It says one of the pastors, so it includes the Pope. Whoever says that one of the pastors is allowed to omit or add anything to the liturgy or to write up a new liturgy, he's outside the church. If Pope Paul VI had said that, he would have ceased to be pontiff, most probably. He never said it, he just did it. He never endorsed it either. He never put his signature to a decree that says you have to use the new rite. So Pius V said you must not create a new rite. The Council of Trent said you cannot create a new rite. And Paul VI did not say we have to use the new rite. So the book he created, the book he had written up by a couple of bureaucrats, this book is just simply null and void. And all Paul VI says in his introduction to the book, the Constitutio Apostolica Missale Romanum of 1969, he says, I like this book and I add 3 Eucharistical prayers. Nowhere does he say you have to use it. So if you use it, you're going against divine law, defined Council of Trent. You're going against divine law established by Pius V forever. And you think you're obeying something which was never decreed by Paul VI of most infelicitous memory. So you understand what I'm saying? The new Mass is illicit. It is not my right. The Council of Trent defined that I have the right to hear Mass according to my right. So what do you do if you cannot have the old Mass because it's too far away? Father Schmidberger once said, and I think he's an authority on those things because Father Schmidberger is not known for being overly indulgent with people. Father Schmidberger said, if you have to drive for more than an hour to get Mass, then you're dispensed. Well, the European standards. I mean, 1 hour in Europe is like 5 hours in Texas, right? So your conscience will have to tell you what you do. But in New England, on icy roads, I would never tell anybody to drive an hour to Mass. It's ridiculous. You don't have to risk your life for something the church guarantees to you and does not give to you. You are not obliged to risk your life for that. Absolutely not. The church has dogmatically defined that you have a right for the old Mass, and it doesn't give you the old Mass. We need a so-called excommunicated group to provide so-called, I will come back to that, we need a so-called excommunicated group to provide us with what the church guarantees dogmatically defined in the Council of Trent. This is ridiculous. So you will hopefully not misunderstand when I'm said you are dispensed, when it is sub gravi incommodo, as the church says, under grave incommodity. What do you do in that case? Well, you sit home and you say an additional rosary to the rosaries you usually say. Oh, please don't give me the cheap thing, like you say a rosary every day and then you say one on Sunday instead of going to Mass. I mean, you have to understand that you will have to do a little bit more on Sundays to sanctify Sunday. If you are among the good and wonderful people who say the daily rosary, then please say a second or third one on Sunday. And take your Sunday Missal and read the Mass. You don't have to read the entire Mass. It's one of those mistakes people who want to concelebrate with a priest like me who celebrates Mass in 20 minutes, and then they can't keep up, and afterwards they say, Father, I couldn't follow you. And I say, what's the matter with you? You want to concelebrate? read the reading of the gospel, and pray. In the old days, you didn't have a missal to follow Mass. The priest would tell you, say a rosary, or he would hand you a book with a Mass devotion. So don't pretend you have to understand every prayer. You don't understand it anyway. And don't think that you have to follow the priest with every single line he says. I once met a woman in Rome who put herself visibly to everybody right here. Up there was the altar. And then at the canon, she went like this. So everybody could see she knew even the canon by heart. Now, this is what I call mental disturbances. And, or in politically correct newspeak, wisdom-challenged woman. Woman, excuse me, with a Y. That's sure a wisdom-challenged person who thinks that she must concelebrate with the priest by saying every word he says. Don't. But at home, if you don't get to Mass, take your time for reading the Missal. God will accept it as your Sunday duty to be fulfilled. Naturally. A nurse in the hospital who's got 12 hours service there can't go to Mass. And somebody who's lying in the hospital, in bed, can't go to Mass. But he has to sanctify Sunday, and if it is only in intention, he has to sanctify Sunday. Because God himself cannot dispense from the third commandment. Because the three commandments concerning himself he cannot dispense of. God cannot dispense you from believing in him, from having to believe in him. God cannot dispense you from not abusing his name. And God cannot dispense you from fulfilling Sunday obligation. But if the church does not give you the possibility of fulfilling your Sunday obligation the way the church wants it, then it's the church's fault that you can't do it, and not yours. And now, as far as the excommunication is concerned, well, I told you that Archbishop Lefebvre was indeed, in reality, following the official, formal, according to church tradition, established will of the Supreme Pontiff. So the excommunication is invalid, of course. According to Canon 1325, I believe it is, don't kill me if I made a mistake, of the new Code of Canon Law, which was signed by the present Pope in 1983, according to this new Code of Canon Law, which says, if somebody commits a crime against a canon of this book, even if he erroneously is in good conscience, he cannot be punished with the full punishment. So the excommunication provided by Canon, forgot which one, for illegal and illicit episcopal consecrations does not apply, period. And Cardinal Ratzinger said so. And recently at the Gregorian University in Rome, a doctoral thesis was accepted with the highest mark that proved this to be a fact. So the only one who is still saying that Archbishop Lefebvre is excommunicated is the Fraternity of St. Peter, needless to say, and the Indult people. Cardinal Ratzinger doesn't say it. The Pope privately doesn't say it. He's not honest enough to come out in public against his fraudulent decree of 1988, to which I will come back. And the Gregorian University, right under the eyes of the Pope, accepts a doctoral dissertation on the subject, saying that Archbishop Lefebvre is not excommunicated. And recently, Cardinal Ratzinger was asked by a pious lady in Germany if why the congregation, why the Secretariat for the non-Catholic religions does not extend its ecumenical activities towards the Society of St. Pius X. Cardinal Ratzinger, in writing, answered in writing, the Society of St. Pius X is not outside the church, it is only disobedient, which of course we know it is not. We know they are not disobedient. But Cardinal Ratzinger put in writing that the Society of St. Pius X is not outside the church. He dares to contradict his Pope, who in 1988 in the document Ecclesia Dei 3 times says they're outside the church. So who's right again? Well, this is the thing with the Novus Ordo Conciliar Church of the New Advent, as the Pope calls it. I would have never dreamed up this term. The Church of the New Advent is fraudulent, because today it says this and tomorrow it says another thing. And what do you call a man who today says this and tomorrow says another thing? Well, politically correct speak would say he's a man who has chosen the lifestyle of untruth, which means he's a damn liar. And the document Ecclesia Dei, not only, as I pointed out in one of my previous lectures, is heretical against the dogmatic constitution Dei Filius of the First Vatican Council on the tradition of the Church, quoting De Verbum number 8 of Vatican II, which gives an erroneous interpretation of tradition. It is also fraudulent as far as canon law is concerned, because it just does not mention the necessary canons, which explain that Archbishop Lefebvre, the 4 bishops who he consecrated, and the co-consecrator, Bishop Castromayor, thank you, never were excommunicated. So I cannot call the Pope a liar, because I do not know if he deliberately lies. I can definitely call him an ignorant of canon law. That's not a sin. I have to presume in charity that he did not deliberately lie. In this case, I have to conclude the guy doesn't know his own canon law. Sorry. But Ecclesia Dei proves what I say. The Pope does not know his own canon law. And this has been proven. If you want to read the 600 or 700 pages Father Mary of the Archdiocese of New York presented as his doctoral dissertation, then just call the Archdiocese of New York. They will provide a photocopy. And so I think I have pretty much explained the situation of the Society of St. Pius X. I should, almost as a gag to this, as a joke, add what happened when Bishop, what's his name, Ferreiro or something like this, of Hawaii. The Bishop of Hawaii. But who cares what his name is? The Bishop of Hawaii, there's a Catholic group there who wanted Bishop Fillet to come over to give confirmation to their children. So the local Bishop of Hawaii excommunicated them. Well, with Rome, of course, not being the fastest ever, it needed some 2.5 years, but then Rome took the excommunication back and told Bishop Ferreiro, whatever he's called, of Hawaii, sorry, pal, you cannot excommunicate them because they're not outside the church. He said, you can suspend them. Fine. This is a disciplinary, not a theological punishment. And that's bad enough. But just to show you, Rome does not know where they stand. But unless I can tell you one thing, I know where I stand. Thank God. Thank you. Cheers. Questions and answers. Don't be afraid to ask a silly question. Only the person who laughs about a silly question is silly.
Well, Father, what about the new Christ the King in Italy, in Rome?
The Institute of Christ the King. Well, what I said before.
It follows the same as St. Peter.
Yeah. They celebrate validly, they consecrate validly. If you know that it was them who consecrated the Eucharist, you can go to communion there. But I have never heard a bad sermon coming from them. They're much better than Fraternity of St. Peter. This is sort of generalizing judgment, of course, but I don't see any problem there. It's just beware, be careful. That's all. The only ones you don't have to be careful with is Pius X. This is what I'm saying. Okay.
Well, I
Yeah?
was told that signs in the church in St. Peter where the Pope will not give communion in the hand. Is that true?
That was true until 1990. When I was serving in St. Peter's at the Novus Ordo Mass at 5 o'clock in the afternoon in Latin there, I was responsible for the Blessed Sacrament for 5 years. And I made sure that nobody gave communion in the hand. I didn't always succeed, but I tried my best. And one of the auxiliaries of the Archdiocese of Philadelphia got to understand my wrath when he started to distribute communion in the hand. Now, you have to give communion in the hand upon request in St. Peter's, because the new Archpriest of St. Peter's is none else but Cardinal Virgilio Noé, one of the principal manufacturers of the new liturgy. As a matter of fact, this is something you should know, because then you will understand why I'm critical with this Pope and many people. When Dom Gérard Calvet, the abbot of the monastery of Madeleine le Barou, who later on, unfortunately, concelebrated with the Pope, as I mentioned before, when he came to Rome in 1989, he wanted to say the old Mass at the altar of St. Pius X in St. Peter's Basilica. And he had arrived, get this, he had arrived at the offertory when Cardinal Vigilio Noé walked up and said, "You can't do this here. You will not celebrate the old Mass here." At the offertory. That's a canonical crime. That, in the old days, when the church was healthy and sane, this merited automatical excommunication. That's a sacrilege to interrupt Mass at the offertory. And now, this is not the worst. Cardinal Noé interrupted this Mass, and Dom Gérard Calvet the same day told the Pope. You know what the Pope's reaction was? "I made Cardinal Noé what he is now." Period. Boom. This is not a lawful church. This is tyranny. Next question.
Father, did you hear that the Pope had resigned but didn't put a date on it?
I do not read the Weekly World News, and I do not read the National Enquirer because I do not believe in rumors.
It was announced by a letter in the church in Florida. Probably the rumors on it.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, it was announced right here in 5%.
I don't know. One of the first rules of combat is never assume anything I do not assume. I speak when I can prove what I say. I do not speak before that. Go ahead, question.
Looking at the devil worship thing that's happening in the Vatican.
History. And I don't even know if it's history. I know there are Satanists in the Vatican, but I don't know how far they practice and what they practice. Next question.
When somebody tells us going to Pius X, we're excommunicated or in schism, do we refer them to that new canon code 1325?
Yes, and you refer them to the Council of Trent, which says that each faithful has a right. And when Council of Trent says that, that means it's divine law.
Okay.
By divine law, each faithful has the right to receive the sacraments in his own right. The new right is written up by bureaucrats. It is not the right of the Catholic Church. Quote the Council of Trent again, 7th session, Canon 13. Put down 713. 7th session, Canon 13. You will find the 7th session, Canon 13 in Father Trinchard's book. You will find St. Pope Pius V, Quo Primum, in Father Trinchard's book, in its entirety. And you will find the fraudulent document Ecclesia Dei in Father Trinchard's book. So there you got the documents you can work with. Anybody speaks about the excommunication to you, first you find out if he wants to know the truth. If he wants to know the truth, then you bother with him. If he does not want to know the truth, but just wants to speak to you for the sake of argument, quote Christ. Leave the house, leave the town, and please, for the quotation in English, leave the town. What's the English translation? And shake off the dust of your shake off the dust of your feet. Okay, that's what you do. Next question.
Father, when others say to you, well, the Holy Father is persecuted, he is surrounded by enemies, the bishops go into...
I told you I don't read the Weekly World News or the National Enquirer.
This is universally heard.
Oh, well, that's an international Weekly World News.
You know, among...
You know they found a B-17 fleet on the moon? I read this in the National in the Weekly World News. No, don't believe a word.
No, but
That's my answer. Don't believe a word.
what do you answer to those people?
Nothing.
You just turn from them?
No, you don't turn from them. You say this is ridiculous, and then you mention the Weekly World News. Get the most recent headline at the supermarket. Have it ready.
Father, when I came up as a child, I always thought when we passed the Catholic Church to bow our head and make the sign of the cross.
Yep.
Now I bow my head and I say, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, have mercy on their souls.
Yes.
Am I doing right or wrong?
Very right, indeed. I drink to that. Very right. Very right, indeed. Next question.
May I have another one?
Sure. Any.
I was thinking, wouldn't it be a good idea when they say to us, you know, we're excommunicated and so forth, if we would ask them for a document?
Very good, very good, yes. Yeah. No, I want to see what you're referring to. Excuse me, I want to see what you're referring to.
Bravo.
Answer a question with a question.
That's right, yeah. They think they got all the right in the world to attack you. Hit back twice. That's what I always say. I don't wear this uniform for nothing, huh?
Well, I like to say that it's due to a blindness that we've all been under, and by the grace of God, we're coming out of some of it. It's just a discussion, a heated discussion yesterday with a friend, talking about the Pope trying to search for some unity amongst our religions. Well, my friend is of the opinion that he has to do this.
No.
And I tried to quote Pope Pius XI, Immortality.
Very good. Very good.
Like, she never even hears these things. And I've experienced it several times, so we'll never hear them.
At a certain point, you just give up.
As though that we've all been deceived. That's what Fatima is about, isn't it? That we've all been deceived.
Now, at a certain point, you just give up. That's what I said. The moment if you see that this is a poor, misled person, be patient. But if you see that that same person is not interested in hearing the truth, you just politely you give up. Sometimes, look, I cannot refer now, I don't do this for polemical reasons, I cannot refer to a religious conversion, but I remember a case of political conversion. I tried to make Republicans out of Democrats, right? And I remember I talked to one who was an ardent Democratic voter and a registered member of the Democratic Party, and I was very patient with him, and at a certain point he gave me an argument which was so stupid that I said, okay, cut it out, I've had it. But I had said enough. 3 years later, I met him again, and he said, Gregory, whiz kid, you turned me around, now I'm a member of the Republicans. And I said, good, it worked. It worked. And this is what you have to do in the religious. I quoted a political conversion for the simple reason that this has never happened to me with a religious conversion, but it might as well happen. So far, my religious conversions were step-by-step work. But sometimes you cut the contact, and what you said will continue working in the mind of the person. See, anybody who does not refuse the truth eventually will find it. John Wayne found it on his deathbed. He died a Catholic with all the sacraments. They say this about George Washington. I have indications that it is true, but there's no proof. But it's definitely true with John Wayne, so it works. You never give up hope. Hope means there might be a chance, and if it's only in the last moment. Questions?
Why is it that the veil of blindness is mostly in Rome, like this lady said?
Corruptio optimi pessima. The corruption of the best is the worst. And you know very well, being close to the sea, that when a fish starts to smell, it always starts at the head. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, yeah. I've been asked very often, how is it possible that out of 3,000 bishops, let's say it's 3,000 for the sake of argument, 2,994 are following the Novus Ordo and all the heresies of today? How is it possible? Well, I told you, we cannot judge intentions. So I only can, I can give you, let's say, an estimate on a percentage. Most of the clergy just don't want to lose their beautiful job. It's materialism. Sheer commodity and materialism. They know if they go back to the old mass, they will be fired. And the same with the bishops. You can't imagine how many bishops gloom and bloom and glow the moment they're in front of a TV camera, which they won't get the moment they say the old mass. And then, of course, with the buffet table facing the people, you can put up a show. At Mass, you have to concentrate on the sacrifice, and you can't put up a show. And some people don't like that. And then, of course, there is a vast majority of misled people. Take the average parish priest of, let's say, 32 years. He was born when Vatican II was over. He has never had the Catholic faith, just like the present Pope. He has never had the Catholic faith. The typical average 32 years old parish priest was born when Vatican II was over. He has never seen the old liturgy. He has never experienced the old faith. He most probably never saw the Baltimore Catechism or the Catechism of St. Pius X. He will be stuffed with the new catechism, about which I don't have to talk here, because all I have to tell you is the new catechism quotes Vatican II over and over again, and the worst places of all. So that settles the new catechism. So the usual young priest today, he has never had it. And the old priest usually is too stubborn. Now he's celebrating the wrong thing for 30 years, and he will not admit it. Or he doesn't want to lose his retirement, his pension. And then, of course, there are some. I don't dare to give a percentage, but it's more than you think. There are some who want to destroy the church, and that's why they do what they do. In 1974, I said this yesterday, NATO estimated 3,000 communist agents to be among the church hierarchy. We know that Joseph Stalin, Uncle Joe in the 1930s, infiltrated Western seminaries with KGB agents. So I don't think these people are really misled. They want to destroy the church. And some of the people make money on destroying the church, like my dear friend Andrew Greeley and others. So this is the answer. And that's a majority. Well, we started with 12 bishops, and one of them was a traitor. So now we got it the other way around. That is not true. Only a tiny minority of the members of the hierarchy are members of the Masonic lodges. Look, with most of them, why would the lodges be stupid enough to accept them into the lodge if they do anyway what they want? The usual priest today and the usual bishop today is nothing else but the faithful idiot Lenin mentions so often in his works. The useful idiot, not the faithful idiot. He's the useful idiot. And so the lodges don't need their membership. As a matter of fact, just before I was confronted with this so-called list of 120 Masons in the Vatican. That list is a fraud. The authentic list came out in 1976, I think it was, and contained 14 or 16 names, which I did some research on while I was in Rome, and I found that with 13 of those 16 I could prove they were Masons. Or it had been proved that they were Masons. And then a year after that, the lodge came out with a list of 120 persons who supposedly belonged to the Masonic lodges. Yeah, except that of those 120 persons, I know at least 7 who are definitely not Masons. One of them is the bishop who ordained me, and who is one of the most pious bishops I've ever met. He's Novus Ordo because he's a theological idiot, but it's not his fault. But he's an extremely good man. He's a holy person. He suffers from encephalitis now, and I want you to pray for him. His memory is gone, but he prays hours and hours every day. He gets up at 2 o'clock at night and wants to celebrate Mass because he doesn't know what time of the day it is. All he wants to do is to pray. It doesn't sound like a Mason to me. He was on the list, and it's just one example. So again, do not trust the Weekly World News or the National Enquirer. And do not trust all the Catholic newspapers, especially the Wanderer, which is, I think, below the level of the Weekly World News. Oh, the Weekly World News is fun. The Wanderer is it's boring me stiff.
To what extent are we responsible to evangelize or tell what we've learned to...
We are not Jehovah's Witnesses. We are not Jehovah's Witnesses, so don't put your foot in your mouth or in the door. That might turn out bad. When a Jehovah's Witness put his foot in my door, he faced the barrel of a .357 Magnum Ruger. He disappeared very fast. No, you do what you can without going on people's nerves. Because, see, this is very important. Don't go on people's nerves. Because then they just for the sake of escaping you will not listen to you. Say, oh my God, I gotta go. Huh? Don't go on people's nerves. And be friendly. Sometimes it's the Catholics in this country who are so rude, and not the Episcopalians, who are nice and polite. So please, do not bother people. But make sure that you do not hide your opinions, quote unquote, your faith. Do not hide your faith, make it known. But when you see it's rejected, do not insist. It will only cause the contrary. Pressure always causes counter-pressure. Always. It's a law of physics.
You know, the Catholic paper exactly that belongs to you is a priest that you can write to and and someone asked him about his Christ blood brothers and sisters, and he said that, well, not through the Virgin Mary, but St. Joseph probably had a previous marriage and had children.
It's an interesting theory. It's an interesting theory, except it contradicts the church doctrine on St. Joseph being castissimus sponsus, the most chaste husband.
Something about Cardinal Stickler. I don't know.
What do you want to know about him?
Friends from church think that
Cardinal Stickler is the typical example of a very pious, very learned, very erudite, and misled person. Oh, if you want him to say the Old Mass, he will say the Old Mass. If you want him to say the New Mass, he will say the New Mass. The Mass he celebrates back home is a mixed rite. He has the old missal. I should know. I served his Mass. He served my Mass, and I served his Mass. We are old friends. Cardinal Stickler and I, we have a friendship dating back to 1975. But I was kind of confused when I saw him celebrating something which is neither to be found in the New nor in the Old Missal. And I asked him after Mass, I said, excuse me, but what rite do you celebrate? And he said, well, I'm celebrating the old rite the way the council wanted it to be reformed. And I said, oh, and so you're the authority on it. He didn't say anything. He knew I was always impertinent with him, so.
In my parish church, the organist at times, during the people going to communion, he would play the theme from Exodus.
Nothing worse shall ever happen. Yeah, well, it's an Exodus. They all leave the church. Might as well play the Exodus. The only interesting door in the Novus Ordo church is the one that says exit. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I should say, I did say this before, but I should remind you of the fact you're not allowed to attend Novus Ordo Masses. You're not allowed to attend Novus Ordo Masses unless for social purposes, like a wedding funeral. And in that case, you have to shut up. Don't say amen. Amen doesn't mean yes, it's all right. Amen means yes, yes, yes. You cannot say yes, yes, yes to something that's against divine law. Just wanted to repeat this. You will hear it on tape too.
Tonight, I have assembled a group of agitators.
Yes.
To ask you questions.
Yes.
You think you want to field those questions tonight? We'll give it. Field.
I taste the wine and listen to the questions.
Oh, are you drinking? We have enough wine for you, Father.
Thank you. So far, at least, I'm settled for the next 10 minutes.
You do know that I had a call the other day, and they said, we love Father Hesse, but Father Hesse should really not drink wine while he's giving his talks.
Ha, ha.
And I said, well, I think Father Hesse will answer that question for you, why he does that. Rather than me object or do anything with it, I thought I would pose that question to you, because she said to me, why does he drink wine as he's speaking?
For the same reason that most of the other people out there, some of them are hypocrites, some of them like water, drink water in order to be able to continue to speak. I don't know about the madam in question who has objected to my drinking wine. She might be one of those God-gifted creatures that doesn't need liquid to go on speaking. In that case, she should kneel down and offer up a donation at the local church and light a candle in gratitude for being able to speak without liquid. Usually, when you continue speaking, you get a dry mouth. So you have to sort of substitute with liquid. And I choose the very liquid that Christ himself drank, that Christ made. He was a winemaker, you know, because, but a miraculous winemaker, not like my esteemed winemakers in California and in other beautiful countries in this world. He was a miraculous winemaker. He drank wine, he made wine, and he turned wine into himself. He chose wine to become his substance, not root beer. Thank God. And apart from that, I should really quote a defender of the church. Pope Pius XI, in 1935, gave him the title Defender of the Church. Feast on wine, or fast on water, and your honor shall stand sure. God Almighty's son and daughter, he the valiant, she the pure. If an angel out of heaven brings you other things to drink, thank him for his kind attention. Go and pour them down the sink. Gilbert Keith Chesterton. And I drink to his memory because I firmly believe that he is a saint.
Hear, hear.
The first question. Anyone has the first question on Father?
I was going to follow up on that. Aren't there 7 references in the New Testament that tells you that you should drink? And the only religions that tell you not to are those that are of a Manichaean bent, the determinist religions, the Puritans, etc.
That's an excellent observation. It's, as a matter of fact, really Manichaean to the very concept of calling a thing, res in Latin, bad in itself, is Manichaean. It's heretical. There cannot be a thing that is bad. There can only be intentions and actions that are bad. Because a thing, whatever exists, whatever, no matter what, including the devil, whatever exists, whatever is, cannot be bad as such, because it receives, necessarily so, its existence from God. There cannot be anything in existence without God giving it its existence. See, the point is, God is the absolute simple being. In the strictly proper sense of the word, God does not exist, because in God there is no X. See what I mean? There is no coming from. God doesn't come from. He is. We, in our complicated minds, we say he was, he is, and he will be. In order to be able to grasp an ever so tiny spark of this, not infinite, of this absolute simplicity. But existence as such, to call existence as such bad, is blasphemy. This table wouldn't be without God. The devil wouldn't be without God. What's bad about the devil then? Well, of course, his intentions and his actions. He said no to God. He couldn't possibly, in his incredible intelligence, which is intuitus, not with us, like with us, what do you call it, a sequence of thoughts that doesn't exist in an angel. An angel sees the truth, grasps it, in the very same instant he sees the thing. With such an intelligence, the devil couldn't possibly ever think for one split second that he could be like God. No. He wanted to be what he is because of himself. He didn't want to say, I will serve you. He didn't want to say, thank you. That's the point. And that is bad. It's a bad intention and a bad action. The existence of the devil is good. Not the way he is, but the fact that he is. And all the church fathers agree with me on this point. So I'm in good company. There is no such thing as a bad thing. Therefore, to say wine is bad is extremely stupid. It's blasphemous. To say wine is bad for you is at least a very proud statement, because you assume you could tell me what's good for me. How dare you? Are you the authority? You my confessor? You my spiritual director? Well, my friend, you didn't say that. I know. I'm just explaining. So to say that wine drinking is bad is a hypocritical statement, and at the same time, it means that you write up an 11th or 12th or 13th commandment. That means you put yourself in the position of God. This is what the devil wanted. He knew he could not ever be anything like God, but he wanted to be in his position. He preferred to be the first in hell rather than the second in heaven. I prefer to enter heaven, and if it's as the last human being ever, and to participate in eternal wine drinking, and look at the souls in hell who hated wine on earth and will hate it forever.
Father, you mentioned about wishing G.K. Chesterton was a saint, that he should be a saint. Speaking of saints...
Oh, in a way,
in
yes.
A way.
Yeah. I firmly believe he's a saint. I pray for his intercession. I don't say masses for him. He was a defender of the church.
This past Sunday, October 6, 2002, Pope John Paul II canonized a man named Jose Maria Escriva. A lot of Catholics raised their eyebrows at that.
I didn't.
Wondering if this man should have been canonized as saint, and if he has been canonized as saint, are we as Catholics obliged to believe that he is a saint? And does this Pope have the authority to make this man a saint when maybe there's some things about him are questionable, that maybe more time should have been taken before he has been canonized as saint?
Yes, that's a very good question, and for the simple reason that I gave a conference on this subject yesterday, I will give you a short and therefore insufficient answer.
Okay.
In the conference that I gave yesterday, you will be able to see, which is available, you will be able to see the reasons. Now, first of all, I have to answer like the typical Jesuit. You know, the old joke about Jesuit. Guy comes up to a Jesuit and says, "Hi, Father. You Jesuit?" "Yes." Is it true that the Jesuit always answers a question with a question? "Who told you that?" So I have no choice but to say yes and no.
Okay.
Are you obliged to believe that he's a saint? Yes and no. I will only give you the most probable of all answers. Don't ever say that this is the answer, because I didn't say so. I'll give you the most probable of all answers. By definition, canonization means this man's soul is in heaven. Period. That's in the form of canonization, in the liturgical form of canonization. There cannot be even the slightest doubt whatsoever about that. The form of canonization says this man is in heaven. Some of the worst sinners in the world were converted at their deathbed, received the sacraments, and if one of the sacraments they receive with an act of contrition is extreme unction, then they get a plenary indulgence, and they're in heaven at the very same split second they die, if they don't commit a sin between. You know what I mean. But this I hope I don't have to explain. So if the papal statement is that founder of the Opus Dei, who was a liar and a cheat, is in heaven, then I have no problems with this. I'm not a liar and a cheat, but I commit other sins, and I hope to go to heaven.
Right.
So it would be theoretically possible to consider that one day some crazy, absolutely lunatic pope would say Fr Hesse is a saint. I say crazy and lunatic. Why? As far as the, and that's a sententia certa. That means we have certitude. It's not a dogma. We have certitude in the church that the canonizations are infallible. But the infallibility cannot extend beyond the mere statement, this man is in heaven. So when somebody like John Paul II canonizes somebody like the founder of the Opus Dei, I do not have an immediate or immediate problem with the idea that this man has been saved through the mercy of God, because we're all saved through the mercy of God, and we are all sinners. I have a problem with his act. I have no problem with, if I was asked and said, is it possible that this man is in heaven? I would say, sure, it's possible. Of course it's possible. How would I know? I have a problem with the fact that he did it, because this is not an act of the church in the sense that it's against church tradition. It's against church tradition to pronounce an infallible statement about not being in heaven, or that's impossible, or about being in heaven, with somebody who led such a miserable example of a Christian life. That's the point I'm making. He might as well be in heaven, in which case we don't have to discuss the question if he's Pope or not, if canonization is infallible or not, if Jose Maria Escrivá de Balaguer, that's not even his name, is in heaven or not. But we definitely have absolutely no doubt about the fact that this man should have never been considered for canonization, let alone be beatified and canonized. The church doesn't do things like that. I mean, not in the sense of sacramental intention. Careful. The church, the purpose of canonization is to propose an example to the faithful. That man is no example. The purpose is to propose an example. But then, I mean, of course, what do you expect from a pope who kisses the Quran in public?
Were you invited to St. Jude's to say the Mass and speak to the people at St. Jude's?
On the contrary.
He was disinvited.
I was disinvited. Thank you.
No, Father, what I think the question should be that they tried at the chapel of St. Pius X to have you say Mass there, and also, I'm going to be in trouble now. I was trying to give that to you. And also to have a little conference there and use their facilities, so we have a lot of people there. And they said, no way.
Well,
now, is there a problem with you and the Society of Pius X?
Not as far as I'm concerned, because in Europe, I publicly work for the Society of St. Pius X. I've done translations for them. I have recorded the sermons, conferences, and decrees of Archbishop Lefebvre on tape with my voice. So when in the German seminary of the Society of St. Pius X, they listened to the German translation of what Lefebvre said, whom I believe a saint, Archbishop Lefebvre. When they listen to his sermons, they hear my voice. That makes it pretty obvious that I'm not exactly on bad terms with the Society of St. Pius X in Europe. And I usually give conferences for them in several priories in Europe. And I found a somewhat hostile attitude on the part of the American district of the Society of St. Pius X. I'm not a prophet, so I cannot look into the interior of human beings, and I have no explanation for it. But it's a very old experience in the church that sometimes the ones who defend you most are your greatest enemies. So I can live with it, because God will be my judge, not the district superior of the Society of St. Pius X in the United States. And I have to justify my actions, my words, and my deeds in front of my confessor and my spiritual director. And by the way, my spiritual director is a priest of the Society of St. Pius X. He happens to be of German nationality, and he's also a good friend of mine. And he's one of the most intelligent, if not the most intelligent priest I've ever met. He's also my best friend in the priesthood ever. And so I can only say one thing. I love the Society of St. Pius X. I will defend it until I die. That doesn't mean I will defend each single member.
If one were suddenly dying,
If one were suddenly dying,
stay in the hospital,
stay in the hospital, yeah?
and you couldn't get a priest.
You couldn't get a
traditional
priest, yes,
Would
which
you
is
call
quite common.
the local priest?
Difficult question for the simple reason. You forced me to be a Jesuit again. Yes and no. Depends how firm you are. You see, if I have absolutely nobody to go to for confession, and of course confession is a little bit better than just the usual act of contrition, if you know what I mean. Do I have to explain that?
No.
Okay, thank you. So confession, of course, is a lot more than just an act of contrition. I guess my practical mind would say you chance it. But that's only true if there's no danger that this man, whether priest or not, whether heretic or not, could get you off the track in your last moments.
Oh.
So if you're firm in your faith, and if you know that you are actually risking to invite a heretic to accompany you in your last moments, and you know that you will not accept any of his objections to church doctrine and church tradition, then I would say just for a simple practical reason, I would chance it. Like, if my car breaks down on the highway, or let's say I run out of fuel on the highway, and, well, I'm not talking about a civilized country like the United States where you grab your phone, or you will have somebody like in Los Angeles, you'll have somebody passing every half hour to fill you up with gas. Says a lot about Californians. But you will have automatically, every half hour somebody passes on the highway to fill you up. Now let's say you're down there somewhere in Nevada or somewhere in the middle of nowhere in Arizona or Wyoming, and you run out of gas, and the next gas station says diesel only. You will possibly not succeed, but if you don't know enough about engines, you might as well try. So this is what I'm saying. There is two aspects. There is the question of the... hey, wait a second. I don't have a driver's license. I'm not supposed to know these things. I can drive streetcars. So the point is, as long as you are certain that your faith is not in danger at the very last and therefore most important moment in your life, I would chance it. Maybe some people will now say Father Hesse is an indifferentist, but I'm not. I mean, you're talking about despair. You're about to die, and there's no Catholic priest available. Now, the Church. This is one of the reasons why the Church has allowed all priests, excommunicated priests included, to give the sacraments in case of what is called periculum mortis. In articulo mortis, when you're about to die. When you're about to die, you could ask to confess to an excommunicated priest. Usually in the Church there's a principle. You do not play with the sacraments. But the Church's ruling on the merciful ruling on the extremely generous conditions in articulo mortis would certainly enable you to approach somebody who otherwise you would have never been able to approach. If I'm about to die in Russia and I can't get a Catholic priest, I'd be happy to have a Russian Orthodox to hear my confession. The Church has always recognized the validity of the sacraments, all 7 sacraments, in the Russian Orthodox Church. This is not a recommendation to go there. I'm strictly answering your question. You're about to die and you cannot find a Catholic priest.
Would the viaticum given by a Novus Ordo priest, would it be valid?
I'm not talking about, there's a difference. I'm not talking about the viaticum. The viaticum is not necessary. Necessary is confession alone, necessary. And that's not even necessary in the sense of being able to die with an act of contrition. But confession is a lot more than just an act of contrition. And very highly recommendable would be extreme unction. I'm not talking about the viaticum. As far as the viaticum is concerned, that means Holy Communion, you have to respect what Blessed Innocent XI said. That's in Denzing a Schönmetzer 2101, where Blessed Innocent XI says, in case of doubt, you are not allowed to approach doubtful sacraments. And as far as the Viaticum is concerned, now, what happens today, I can tell you about a military chaplain in Austria who thought that if he put unconsecrated hosts together with consecrated hosts into the tabernacle, they would be consecrated. This is what we call the consecratio per tactum, or the consecratio per contactum. So, what?
By association?
No, by touch. you have a consecrated host, you touch an unconsecrated host, and bing! Just like with the like Midas, you know, everything Midas touched turned into gold. So yeah, you have to face the fact that we are confronted with priests who are so absolutely idiotic. This man is not a deliberate heretic. He's just an idiot. So we're confronted with priests who are so totally, absolutely, incredibly idiotic that they really think if the housekeeper, that's what he said, if the housekeeper, before going to bed at night, checks the church, checks the tabernacle, and says, there's not enough consecrated hosts in here, I better add some, and add some hosts to it, they will be consecrated. Now, once you get to that point, you will understand why I say, when you're in the hospital and you're about to die, try your best with confession, but refuse communion, if you don't know what's going on. That would be according to the spirit of the church, because, I mean, I'm only quoting Innocent XI, and if you don't believe me, check 2101 of Denzinger, and then tell me why I was wrong, and I will correct myself publicly. I'm just saying, this is the way I see it, because of a logical consequence, the way the church are always judged cases like that. See, Hans Küng is a heretic, public heretic. So he publicly is not a Catholic priest. But if I was about to die on a German highway, and believe me, I would, even if I'm about to die, I'd still recognize that man, Hans Küng. I'd ask him to hear my confession. Definitely. But I'm not going to ask him to pick up communion for me and give it to me, or to celebrate Mass for me. I'll just say, please hear my confession. If he says no, I will say, okay, you will be called in for whatever I would have had to confess now. But if he says, ja, warum nicht? Ich bin gerne bereit, Ihre Beichte zu hören auf Schweizerdeutsch. And I'm certainly going to confess to him, because I have no alternative. In articulo mortis, you may chance it, but not with our Lord himself. The Church has always excluded this. As far as the safety of the Holy Eucharist is concerned, there is no mercy, because that would be contradictory. You cannot celebrate Mass out of mercy. You cannot distribute communion out of mercy. And you cannot deal with the sacred species out of mercy. But confession, yeah.
Father, I have a...
sorry, that was one before you, John.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Otto.
Otto.
And I heard you the first time in Delaware so many years ago. You talked about...
Otto, step aside. I'm not getting in light here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We are enlightened.
Take your light away.
Yeah, thank you.
When I heard you in Delaware so many years ago, you explained heretic. Is Pope John Paul II a heretic or not? And I bought the tape. I wanted to hear exactly what you said, but unfortunately that part of the tape was cut out.
Oops.
They said it was a technical difficulty.
Well, I can
explain that.
Yes, I can explain that very easily. The question was if John Paul II is a heretic or not. First, I must say that unlike the Saint John Maria Vianney, the Curé d'Ars, I do not have the gratia gratis data, the special given grace of seeing into the soul of a man. So I have absolutely no way to prove that there would be a possibility of accusing John Paul II of the sin of heresy. It's not my purpose either. I'm not interested, frankly. He pronounced dozens of heresies. That's a fact. He pronounced dozens of heresies. I give you one example. One is in that case enough. On January 11th, 1989, John Paul II said that the line in the Creed, and Christ descended to hell, is to be understood in a metaphorical sense. That's erroneous against Sententia Chapter. Because our Lord's body was laid in the grave. That's heresy against the dogmatic definition of the Fourth Lateran Council. And he received, at the moment of his death on the cross, he received the beatific vision. That's erroneous against Sententia Chapter of the Church. You can check that in Ludwig Ott. There's at least one of the three statements, and this is in one paragraph. It's quite amazing. He really deserves to be mentioned in the Guinness Book of Records as a heretic. One of the three is definite heresy, because the Fourth Lateran Council explicitly says that the line of the Creed, he descended to hell, means that his soul descended to hell because the body was laid in the grave. John Paul II says it means that his body was laid in the grave while his soul received the beatific vision. That's in direct contradiction to the dogmatic statement of Lateran IV. There are several others. He pronounces heresy, but the old question, when does it happen that the Pope loses his papacy, is first of all has never been answered, not even in a Sententia Chapter. It has never been defined, but most theologians say he would have to persist in his heresy, and then again, who is going to judge that he persists in his heresy? Saint Antonine of Florence says only the College of Bishops could judge that. I am not the College of Bishops, but I have to prove what I say. If I say that John Paul II pronounced a heresy and I don't give proof, then I'm in mortal sin against the Eighth Commandment. That's as simple as it is. If I say that the Pope is not, that John Paul II is not the Pope, then I have to prove my statement. He doesn't have to prove that he's Pope. That's granted. I have to prove it. This is the whole thing. And this is, by the way, also what many of the theologians have stated. They said, yes, of course, under certain circumstances, the Pope would lose his office. But then who is competent to judge? Canon 333 in the New Code of Canon Law, which is a literal copy in that case of the Old Code of Canon Law, says the Pope can prima sedes anemini judicatur. The first see, which is the papal chair, will not be judged by anybody. But Innocent III, whom I venerate very much, Innocent III gave a beautiful answer to that. And he really should be the popes should really have that quotation on their bedroom walls. Because Innocent III said, reminding his successors in the papacy, don't ever think that because you cannot be judged by God, because you cannot be judged by men, don't ever think that because you cannot be judged by men, that is a sort of relief to you. The less a man is judged by men, the more he will be judged by God. I leave that judgment to God. I leave it to a future bishop's college. The present present college of bishops, a bunch of heretics. So I leave it to a future college of bishops. I'm not going to be the one to judge that. I have different problems. I have entirely different problems to deal with. It is not my competence and not my zeal and interest to decide if we have a pope or not, because it's of no relevance whatsoever. The election to the papacy is a jurisdictional act of the church. That's definite. Let's say, like some people say, we don't have a pope since 1958. Some people say we don't have a pope since 1963. Some people say we don't have a pope since 1965. Others say we don't have a pope since 1978. Then they say we don't have a pope since 1986, Assisi. Then they say we don't have a pope since... Come on! You're only adding to the confusion out there. That's not the way to deal with matters in the church, and it's not a serious way. It's not an honest way either. I'm not talking about personal honesty, God forbid. But I'm saying that's not the way to deal with things. Because it's of no importance. I mean, who's going to listen to the present Pope anyway? The liberals don't listen to him because he's too conservative. The Opus Dei doesn't listen to him because it's more powerful than the Pope anyway. The Jewish Masonry, the B'nai B'rith, the Brothers of the Covenant, are not going to listen to the Pope because they tell the Pope what to do anyway. That's what Cardinal Ciappi said on his deathbed. I'm quoting Cardinal Ciappi. Don't sue me for that. And, I mean, they're not listening to the Pope anyway. The liberals don't listen because he's too conservative. We cannot listen because we know he's wrong. So who cares? Let's say that we have not had a Pope since 1958. What then at the next papal election? Nothing. Same thing. Read Canon 144 of the New Code of Canon Law, which you can find in the exact same version in the Old Code of Canon Law. I just don't remember the number right now. In the case of In the case of doubt about fact or law, the Church will supply jurisdiction in the external and internal forum. So let's say the present Pope dies right now, 9:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tomorrow, they'll state his death. A few days later, they call up the new conclave. And they call all the cardinals in the world, say, come to Rome, we need a new Pope. All the cardinals under 80. These cardinals, if we didn't have a Pope since 1958, none of these cardinals is a Pope. What's the matter with me? If we didn't have a Pope since 1958, none of these cardinals is a cardinal. But they all think they're cardinals. They're all firmly convinced that they are cardinals. That's error. And if you look it up in the Code of Canon Law, you will see that in such a case, the Church supplies jurisdiction. They do not know that they are not cardinals. They are firmly convinced that they are cardinals. You talk about error of fact. You talk about error of law. The Church supplies jurisdiction. They will validly elect. Now, you might quote against that the old cum ex apostolatus officio of Paul IV. A short biography of Paul IV would be sufficient to convince you that he was a maniac. Leo XIII thought the exact same way and explicitly undid that bull. And Pius X, in his new laws about papal election, his new laws about conclave, didn't mention anything of that. What? In Cum ex Apostolatus Officio, Paul IV says, any cardinal who is a heretic or who was a heretic cannot be validly elected to the papacy. That's nonsense, as if the Church would not recognize conversions. That means the Cardinal Newman, who was a heretic, and then became a Catholic and a cardinal of the Holy Roman Church, could not be validly elected. Or did he mean, Paul IV, that he would have had to be a heretic as a cardinal? That means that once you're a cardinal and you become a heretic, you cannot convert anymore? The thing doesn't make sense. And this is not my opinion, but the opinion of every single pope who reformed the law of papal election ever since Paul IV. And none of them has ever quoted Paul IV again on that point. This is not the first time of a contradiction in church history. The so-called theory of the double sword, the double authority, that the Pope has the spiritual authority and the Emperor has the profane authority, which was pronounced almost like a dogma by Boniface VIII, was thoroughly contradicted by Leo XIII. And the same happened with that funny Cum ex Apostolatus Officio by Paul IV. This was the firm conviction of Leo XIII. It was the one of Pius X. Then Pius XI again made a reform on the election of popes. So did Pius XII. So did John XXIII. So did Paul VI. So did John Paul II. These are things that are infinitely less important, not not criticizing your question, please. But these are things that are infinitely less important than the question asked before about what do I do when I die. You understand what I'm saying? Not criticizing your question. I'm very grateful for your question because these are things that have to be explained.
Father, we had a discussion on the way back today, and you brought something up I think that the public should know. We spoke about Malachi Martin.
He was a friend of mine.
Yes, and I certainly worked with him also. We were going to do a video because he felt that the real terms of La Salette were never given.
True.
And you indicated something to me. Can we expound on that just a little bit?
I know one line, not more than that. I know there's one line in the message of La Salette, and I have the confirmation about that via telephone. It might have been Malachi Martin, you see, who told me that, because we actually had several talks on the telephone. And there is one line that I know of in the message of La Salette that has been censored universally. I cannot, in good conscience, say who was the one who censored it. I cannot say it was the Pope or the Cardinals. I believe it was a Pope. And again, I do not know which one. So let's leave that question. The line that was censored was that Our Lady said that in the coming century or the 20th century, that I don't remember. I remember literally the quotation, there will be deux papes vermoulus, en français. Two worm-ridden popes. Deux papes vermoulus. You speak French?
Oui, je parle français un petit peu.
Ah, bien. Deux papes vermoulus.
C'est ça, oui.
Two worm-ridden popes. Your next question should be, who were those two worm-ridden popes? We have such a great choice. I positively, in all justice, I positively exclude John Paul I. Positively. One of my best friends in all the 15 years that I spent in Rome was Cardinal Pericle Felici, who was one of the closest friends that Albino Luciani, John Paul I, ever had. John Paul I was certainly not an Orthodox Catholic. No way. John Paul I made quite a few statements, including a very interesting fictional correspondence with a Satanist author of the 19th century, which is quite a puzzlement to those who know that man. I'm talking about Bossuet. But John Paul II is certainly not what you would call a pape vermoulu, a worm-ridden pope. Because when you study the history of the Church, and I'm not talking again about that poor Pope Liberius, who is always used as the scapegoat for all accusations against the Church. I'm talking about people like the above-mentioned Paul IV, who was a paranoid maniac. When you go into the close history of Pope Paul IV, the way he treated cardinals, like he had them arrested without explaining to them why they were arrested. He would call an English cardinal, this is a fact, he would call an English cardinal into his audience. It means that English cardinal was expecting to face the Pope and say, "Hi, Your Holiness." And instead, two doors were opened. He was led into a huge hall. There the English cardinal stood and didn't know what to do. Bang! The doors shut behind him. Another two doors opened. Two Swiss guards arrived and arrested him. He asked, "What's the matter? What's happening to me?" "Oh, we don't know. We've just been ordered to arrest you." The guy was in prison until Paul IV... The cardinal. The cardinal was in prison until Paul IV died. So we've had quite a few interesting specimens of the human race on the papal throne. And we have had Alexander VI. Alexander VI not only, which is something understandable to every man in the world, not only had children, but Alexander VI had children while he was Pope. Worse than that, he abused his papal authority to legitimize his daughter Lucretia. This is, I think, by far the worst. Hilaire Belloc says that the very moment that Alexander VI legitimized his physical daughter, he was ridiculing the priesthood. Celibacy is not of the essence of priesthood, but it's intimately connected with priesthood. And he ridiculed this by legitimizing his own daughter. So we have had quite a few interesting characters in the papacy. And I don't see a reason why Our Lady would bother to call somebody like Luciani, Albino Luciani, John Paul I, a Pape Vermoulu. Now, if we go into the sedevacantist theory, which is, again, I say, a very daring theory, because we are the ones who have the proof, who have to have the proof for it, and not the Pope. See, in the Church, you're not allowed to utter a suspicion unless you have at least some high probability or proof. And yet there is hundreds of people running around, especially in this country, who say that we haven't had a Pope, and then they can't even decide since when. We haven't had. I received a letter a couple of years ago that told me that Pius X was not a Pope. He was the anti-Pope because he reformed the breviary. So, well, probably the next time I'm going to hear that Pope Linus was not a Pope and Peter was the first and last Pope. See, it's all absurd because you have to have definite proof. Did Hillary Clinton cease to be president when she betrayed the Constitution? No. So, the same thing is true here. But for argument's sake, let's say we have not had a Pope since 1958. Who were the Pape Vermoulu? Pius XI, with his terrible mistake of instituting the Catholic Action, and Pius XII with changing Holy Week? Hey, see, there you are. That's one of the things that the Society of St. Pius X absolutely hates about Fr Hesse, that I dare to even utter the most remote criticism about Pope Pius XII. As if he was untouchable. He's not. Alexander VI was as much Pope as Pius XII, and he was not untouchable. You shouldn't confuse dogma with judgment. And so who are the Pape Vermoulu? Is it true what they say that in 1986 with Assisi, John Paul II ceased to be Pope, so the deux Pape Vermoulu would either be John Paul II and Paul VI, or Paul VI and John the 23rd, or John the 23rd and Pius XII, or Pius XII and Pius XI? Hey, wait a second. Our Lady said there's going to be deux Pape Vermoulu, two worm-ridden popes. My personal guess, don't say Fr Hesse dogmatically pronounces that this is such. My personal educated guess, is that the deux Pape Vermoulu were Paul VI and John Paul II. But let's wait for the next one. I think we're in for a treat. Yes.
Father, this is a very broad question. Could you discuss phenomenology? And this is the philosophy, as I understand, of John Paul II.
Correct.
He's a phenomenologist.
Yes.
It was Dietrich von Hildebrand? Did he espouse this philosophy as well, the founder of...
I can't give you an answer about Dietrich von Hildebrand on this subject.
But he considered himself a phenomenologist, I think.
Did he?
I'm not sure.
Well, for some reason, some people might say, no, there you go, Fr Hesse. Look at that ignorant Fr Hesse. But for some reason, I've never bothered to read Dietrich von Hildebrand's writings. And I'm not saying you shouldn't read them. I have no idea. I can't pronounce a judgment on a book that I've never read, and as I have heard different opinions about. But phenomenology is, I think, since we don't want to elaborate on this, as you said, it's a broad subject. Yes. Since we don't want to elaborate on this for the next 3 hours, I'm going to cut it short and oversimplify things, if that is permitted, and whether you like it or not, I'm going to oversimplify, period. The phenomenologist is a subjectivist. He sees things, for him the truth is the way he sees things. unlike what St. Thomas says, he's not going to correspond to what he actually sees, but what he sees has to correspond to his mind. It's not the adequatio rei et intellectus, the adequation of the thing and the intellect, but the thing has to adapt to his whatever turbid intellect he's got. So let's take one of my favorite instruments in this entire world, madam out there, whether you like it or not, a wine glass. Wouldn't this be, except for the waste of wine contained in it, a perfect ashtray? Every cigarette you dump in it goes psst, and there's no danger of fire. So let's say somebody who hates wine, like some people out there who criticize me for drinking it. Somebody says, okay, I don't drink wine because I'm not a sinner like Fr Hesse. And I have absolutely no use for this here, so instead of pouring it out, I'm going to use it as an ashtray. Of course, these people would never smoke, which is an even greater vice. Oh, St. Pius X smoked almost all of his life. He still made it. And made it gloriously. 40 years after his death, he was a saint on the altar. Let's say this is I use this as an ashtray. Quite feasible. I smoke my cigar and I go, there you go. And then, is that an ashtray then? Is it? Or is it a wine glass that I use as an ashtray?
Via transcendencia.
Via transcendencia,
Both
right.
people.
So, the point is, if I bury that glass tomorrow at John Maffei's grotto out there, which hopefully will survive for centuries, and then 500 years from now they dig it up, they don't know what it is, they'll say, oh, what is it? Now John Paul II would say this is an ashtray, because it's been used as an ashtray, lastly. You understand the perversity of thinking here? This is a wine glass. Whether I use it to listen on the wall, you can beautifully listen on walls with a wine glass. Whether I use it to drink wine, whether I use it to drink Coke, whether I use it as an ashtray, or I use it to keep my paper clips on my desk. It is a wine glass used for paper clips, used for listening on the neighbor's wall. They don't do that. Or to drink Coke. It still is a wine glass. That's a fact. I explained this before. The form of things. It's a wine glass. This is a wine bottle. Does it mean you cannot fill it with gasoline? Of course not. But if you fill it with gasoline, it doesn't become a gas can. It's still a wine bottle that contains gasoline. You can fill it with soap. It's not a soap bottle. It's a wine bottle filled with soap. So be realistic. See, the point is, Chesterton said that the method of St. Thomas Aquinas was common sense. Common sense will tell you, everybody present here, faced with this empty, you would still say, if it's empty, give me that wine glass. I want to drink a little bit of water. See, this is the way you would say it. Please give me that wine glass. I want to drink a little bit of water. You don't have to drink wine out of it, but it's a wine glass. Thomistic philosophy will say it's a wine glass. John Paul II will say it is whatever you make it. Unfortunately, he does the same thing with the doctrine of the Church.
Any other questions?
Earlier, Father, you mentioned something about the College of Bishops. Could you make some remarks about that?
College of Bishops.
Collegiality.
Collegiality, that's one of those things that you will find in Lumen Gentium. If I remember well, it's Lumen Gentium 20. Or 22. 20 is actually a beautiful description of the papal infallibility, and the correct one too. You see, even the devil is not capable of lying all the time. Lumen Gentium 22 establishes what is called the collegiality of bishops. And correspondingly, after Vatican II, you will find, be it in the Roman Catechism or in other books, a very interesting, non-existent, of course, distinction between the first authority, the highest authority in the Church. There is a highest authority of the Pope, and there's a highest authority of the College of Bishops. That's like, well, you know that the 20th century lasted from 1900 until 1999. The Pope believed it, at least. 20th, as much as the 20th century lasted from 1900 until 1999, as much there is a highest authority of the College of Bishops, together with the highest authority of the Pope. What was the first collegial act of bishops? My friend pointed this out to me before we started the question and answer session, so I don't want to take the merit for this. But he told me, he said, the first collegial act of bishops is mentioned in the Gospel on Good Friday, and they all fled. As far as the present bishops are concerned, they should have stayed there. The collegiality of bishops is nothing but another attempt to turn the monarchical church into a voting club, into a democracy. That's why in Pistoia they wanted the people to elect bishops. It's fine with me as far as the first centuries is concerned. You want to know everything about her. You meet the girl of your life. She's a knockout. She's clever, at least. Later on you might find out she's intelligent or stupid. But first of all, you notice she's beautiful and she's clever. And you're attracted. And you say, I'm really thinking I'm falling in love with this person. So you're starting to be interested. You listen to accounts of her own life that otherwise you would have never listened to. You would have said, okay, come on, I'm not interested. Bye. So when you love, then you're interested. So what I'm saying now, don't be overly curious. I'm not talking about finding out about God. All eternity will not be sufficient to find out about God, because the complicated human being will never be capable of understanding the absolute simplicity. We cannot say that often enough. So we have to be interested in God, not just love Him, but because there's no love without interest. Interest not in the moral sense of thinking of yourself. There's no such thing as loving without interesting. What I'm saying is, people are breaking their heads. They are running after self-appointed visionaries and prophets who will tell you the last judgment is going to take place on March 1st, 2009. Maybe. What good is it to you if tomorrow one of those Philadelphia buses runs you over? The streetcar would never do that. So what good is it to you? The point I'm making is, do you love God? Or are you curious? Curiosity? No. I don't agree with that. Interest? Yes. Can you know enough about God? Never. Could you know enough about things in this world? Easily. Very easily. Interest yourself, first of all, what would happen if I was one of those maniac shootists? The anti-gun lobby loves that because they always use that. What if I got up, grabbed a machine gun, and shot all of you? Who of you would go to heaven? Who of you would go to purgatory? And who of you would go to hell? This is the only interesting question in life. The only interesting question in life. If you get up tomorrow morning, if God leaves you the time to get up tomorrow in the morning, if you don't die of a heart attack tonight in bed, if you get up tomorrow in the morning, you take your car, you drive to work, and you're run over by a 40-ton truck, where will you go? As a practical person, which I always was, I will say, this is my first interest. Your first interest, however, should be, I love God no matter what happens. No matter what I'm told about, no matter how much I'm in error, no matter how often I fall, no matter how often I fail, I love you. This is the only interesting thing. Not love myself, love you. As a great saint once said, typically for me, I forgot who, as a great saint once said, as long as the center of your life is not the internal you, the I may be lost. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to our talk today with Fr Gregory Hesse. I had a whole list of excerpts from letters that we get saying all kinds of good things about Fr Hesse, but he forbade me to read some of them to you. So all he wants me to say is he has a doctorate in sacred theology and canon law, and a licentiate in both. And so here he is, Fr Gregory Hesse.
Thank you. In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, Amen. Actionis nostras quesumus Domini aspirando preveniat adiuvando prosecure contra nostra oratio a te sempre incipit et ejecta finiatur. Per Christum Dominum nostrum. Amen. Sancte Pia Decime, ora pro nobis. Now today's talk is not about the new Mass at all. We have discussed that abomination already twice over, and you will find it on other tapes, and you will find it in Father Paul Kramer's excellent book on the theological vindication of Roman Catholic tradition, and you will find it in Father Trinch's excellent book on the same topic. And we have to discuss a great confusion that has taken place in this country with people who say that whoever says the Mass of 1962 does not say the Mass of Pius V. This is a wrong statement. It is coming from self-appointed theologians. Mind you, I have been called a self-appointed theologian too by some priests in this country and by some self-appointed experts. Well, I don't think that a doctorate in theology coming from a Pontifical University of St. Thomas Aquinas in Rome, therefore given in the name of the Pope, is self-appointment, but whoever wants to stay believing this, okay. He's not a man or a woman close to the truth. I am not a self-appointed theologian. I was appointed by the Pope indirectly, and I was appointed by the Dean of Theology of the Faculty of Thomistic Theology at the Angelicum in Rome, which is the University of St. Thomas Aquinas, a pontifical university. The doctorate I hold is enough to get the title of professor without having to write another paper. And we have to discuss this because some people think the Society of St. Pius X is gravely wronged by celebrating the Mass of 1962. I will show you why they are not, even though I don't do it. And I will show you why I do not celebrate the Mass of 1962 and why they say the Mass of 1962. Now, first of all, you have to understand that principally the Mass of 1962 is not new. I explained, talking about the Mass of St. Pius V, that quo primum is a document binding forever. It binds forever for the simple reason that the legal formula used, the legal formula that says this document cannot be changed and it cannot be abolished ever, it holds forever, is not dealing with disciplinary matters. As the Fraternity of St. Peter and other groups like to point out, the Jesuit order was abolished by Pope Benedict XIV using the same formula. Pope Benedict XIV, in his decree abolishing the Jesuit order, says this decree is in itself unchangeable and it has to stay forever. And they say if this was binding successors, then Pius VII gravely sinned when he reinstituted the Society of Jesus, the Jesuits. These people forget that abolishing a religious order is a matter of discipline. It is not a matter of faith. It is certainly not a matter of faith if the Jesuits exist or not. Today, it might be better for the faith if they did not exist, but it's not a matter of faith if they exist or not. The Mass, however, due to the oldest principle of Mass, lex orandi, lex credendi, the law of what has to be prayed, will determine the law of what has to be believed. Therefore, the Mass is not just a matter of faith, it's the basis of our faith. We do not believe what is not celebrated in Mass, and we believe what is celebrated in Mass. A decree, therefore, ruling over the entire structure of Mass, and not just little details, will certainly bind the successor of the Pope who has issued the decree. How come, then, that some popes after Pius V did some changes? Well, they did not really change the Mass. They modified rubrics, most of the time for the purpose of restoring Mass to what it was. I'll give you an example with what Pius X did. Pius X, in 1907, promoted the rank of Sunday. Before John XXIII invented a new hierarchy of feasts, the rank of Sunday was semi-duplex. That had something to do with the rules of choir in a monastery. It's not the topic of today, and I have no intention to explain it. Semi-duplex was, the hierarchy was duplex prima classis, something like Easter, or Assumption. Duplex secunda classis, duplex maius, duplex, semi-duplex, and simplex. He promoted the Sunday from semi-duplex to an actual, practical duplex prima classis. That meant, before Pius X did that, many saints would outrank Sundays during the year. Let's just, for simplicity's sake, talk about the Sundays with the green chasuble, per annum. Sundays after Pentecost and Sundays after Epiphany. When Pius X elevated the rank of Sunday, he did this because when in 1570 Pius V published his Missal, which is not his and it's not new, as you will see, there were very few saints in the calendar in comparison to today. There was no parish priest of Ars, there was no St. Teresa of the Little Flowers, because they didn't even live then. There was no St. Thomas More, who was canonized only in 1935. And so during the summer, very often you would have the Sunday anyway. By the time St. Pius X became Pope, there were summers in which you didn't see the green chasuble once. You always had a feast of a saint outranking Sunday. That's not the purpose. There have to be liturgical times. You cannot have all the saints outranking a Sunday of Lent. You wouldn't see the violet chasuble throughout Lent. You'd always have some white or red chasuble for celebrating a saint or a martyr. So what St. Pius X did was nothing else but restoring the situation that he would have found in 1570. Matter of fact, he improved it in a certain sense, because nowadays it is very difficult to outrank a Sunday. During the summertime, only the Feast of the Assumption will be able to do that. And Pius X knew how a pope should behave. He did not just take the Missal and change things, but he wrote up a document which he inserted after the documents of his predecessors who had changed some rubrics. And in this document he explains exactly what I just explained to you. He says that with all the feasts coming, with all the saints, the number of saints growing, Sundays were not what they used to be, and therefore he elevates them now to a practical duplex prima classis. However, St. Pius X' respect for the Missal was such that he did not dare to change the name of Sunday. It is still called semi-duplex, even though it has the rank of duplex prima classis. So his respect went to the point of not changing the name even. And this is the way popes have, if they want or not, to deal with the Roman Missal. Now there's one thing that has to be understood very clearly. When Pius V published his Missal, he did not publish anything new. The Roman Missal of 1570 is nothing else but the Mass that was celebrated by the Roman Curia 100 years before. And the Missal of 1473 does not contain many changes from the Missal of Gregory the Great. And I have to remind you that the church sense of tradition in the old days was much, much infinitely stronger than it was in this century. When in 590-something, Saint Gregory the Great, Pope Gregory the Great, inserted the words hanc diesque nostros into a pace disponas at the hanc igitur, the people in Rome were outraged. The clergy was outraged. They confronted the Pope, said, "How dare you touch the canon?" Now this was in 590 something. St. Gregory the Great reigned from 590 to 604. Most of the time he was in bed, sick and disease-ridden. And the sense of tradition in the old days was such that St. Chrysostomus said, "Is it tradition? Ask no more." If it wasn't tradition, they refused it. If it was tradition, they respected it. So Pope Pius V did not proclaim anything or publish anything new. He canonized what he found. When Pope Pius V became Pope, he just canonized what he found. There was nothing new in the Missal of St. Pius V of 1570. He canonized the Mass because he did not give his successors the right to change the Mass ever again. I have explained that. And it's on one of my other tapes too. However, the most important points to remember in this context is that Canon 13 of the 7th session of the Council of Trent on the sacraments in general says that whosoever says that the accustomed and rites handed down in the practice of the sacraments may be held in disdain, or something may be omitted or added to them, or they may be changed into new rites by whomsoever pastor of the church. Mind you, not every pastor. Whomsoever pastor of the church, let him be accursed, whosoever says so. Whomsoever, per quemcumque pastorem ecclesiae. Per quemcumque. Per quemcumque means everybody included. Otherwise, we don't need the Council of Trent to tell us that it's not allowed to every single priest to change the Mass. That was understood all the time. We don't need the Council of Trent for that. I don't need the Council of Trent to know that I'm not allowed to write up my own missal. So what the Council of Trent was saying here, nobody may change the Mass into a new rite. Nobody. Per quemcumque pastorem. And he condemned the opinion, the Council of Trent condemned the opinion that any one of the pastors may do that. The Pope is Bishop of Rome, as a pastor of the churches. He's Archbishop of Latium, that's a pastor of the churches. He's Primate of Italy, that's a pastor of the churches. And he's the Patriarch of the West, that's again a pastor of the churches. And he's also the servant of the servants of God. That makes him a pastor again. He cannot change the old rite into a new one. And until Paul VI of most infelicitous memory, nobody dared to do so. Now what did John the 23rd do? Well, the problem doesn't start with John the 23rd, it starts with Pius XII. Some people are completely hung up with John the 23rd and what John the 23rd did, and always John the 23rd. The first real changes in Mass occurred under Pius XII, when in 1949, ad experimentum for the moment, he approved a new rite for Holy Week. And he approved some things that are, as I say, that went a little bit too far. However, before I explain these changes to you, I have to make something very abundantly clear. I am not the Pope. I cannot pronounce a final judgment on the differences between the Missal of 1949 and the Missal of 1962. Only a Pope in the future will be able to do that. Only a Pope in the future, only a Pope in the future will have the right to do so. So you must understand that as long as I do not quote a council or a Pope, I am speaking my personal opinion as a doctor of theology, and what I say is not necessarily the final answer to the problem. Unless I quote a pope or a council, I'm as fallible as can be. And that is exactly the reason why I'm always very careful to point out to you what was said by a pope and what is said by me. Now, when I say I do not like these changes, I do not say it in a, let's say, in a licentious way. I have a right to reject what Pius XII did to the Mass, unless a pope tells me that I must not. The present pope might tell me this, but however, as he's celebrating an illegitimate right that is against divine law, he's not the authority to do so, not in this point. That doesn't mean he isn't pope. We have discussed the question. He is pope. And how? But only a future pope who will restore the Mass, the Latin rite, only he will be able to tell me you must not do this or you were right in doing so. I cannot tell any priest, and certainly not the bishops of the Society of St. Pius X, that they must not use the 1962 rite. There are several aspects to be understood. When Archbishop Lefebvre decided to use the 1962 rite, he decided so because, to him, it was the last acceptable form of all the changes. And I will come back to that later. That's part of the problem of self-defense. There are rules for legitimate self-defense. Let me first point out the changes. Now, Pius XII started, and I do not want you to get hooked with the name of Bonini. To us, it is of no importance, of mere historical importance, if it was really the same Annibale Bonini who changed the Holy Week and who wrote up the new Mass. This is academic. It's an academic problem, because the responsibility is always with the Pope and not the Monsignor, Father, Archbishop, or whatever creep he chooses for that. The responsibility is not with Bonini, the responsibility is with the Pope. We are not concerned about historical questions here. It is sad to see that Pius XII was tricked into doing what he did by Bonini. But it's his fault, not mine. So do not get stuck with the name of Bonini. Bonini is certainly one of the sorriest names in church history, but that's not the problem. The problem is that Pius XII gave his signature to something which I cannot consider legal. I repeat, I cannot consider legal. He did not only change a few little things in Holy Week, he made a radical change in Good Friday. Now let me explain just the day by day what he did. In the Mass of All Times, on Palm Sunday, this is something going back to the old days when you had a bishop's cathedral and many filial churches, or an important parish church and an unimportant filial church in the same parish. On Palm Sunday, the priest would, dressed in violet, as should be for Passion, and not in red as now, the priest would bless the palm leaves. He would bless them in what is a relic of a Mass. So he would start out, just like at Mass, he would start out with a reading, with the Kyrie, with a reading, with the Gospel, with a preface. And after the preface, instead of saying the canon and consecrating the host, he would bless the palm leaves in with 5 prayers. And then a procession would form and proceed towards the main church. In the old days, the Episcopal Church, the cathedral of the bishop. Knock at the cathedral's door, or at the main church's door, and request entrance into heavenly Jerusalem. So that made sense. That is a representation of what happened on Palm Sunday with our Lord Jesus Christ. When they received him as a king to come, and they received him with palm leaves, and then they let him enter the city of Jerusalem. And then, of course, the first sacrifice of Mass took place in Jerusalem. So the Palm Sunday is nothing else but a visible representation of what happened on that very day with Christ. Pope Pius XII abolished most of the prayers of consecration for the palm leaves, and he abolished the preface. Now, abolishing the preface means he took away one of the few consecratory prefaces left in the Latin Church. In the old days, an important blessing was not just done with a few oremus, etc., and a few signs of the cross. An important benediction was done with a preface. I will come back to that on Easter Vigil. He did away with the consecratory preface. The consecratory preface of the palm leaves is going back to the early centuries. So he did away with a century, with a millennial tradition. Saint Chrysostomus would have rejected that. So would Saint Pius V. And so do I, because they would have. But I say again, I'm not the Pope. I reject it. I cannot pronounce judgment over the priests who don't. I can only judge priests quoting popes and councils. If the present Pope wants to utter heresy, and I can prove to him that what he says is heresy, I can charge him with heresy. But I cannot do so just because he contradicts me or another theologian. No theologian may ever dare to put the Pope in his place as such. Only when you quote councils and popes, you can put the Pope in his place. On Holy Thursday, Pope Pius XII did not change much. On Good Friday, he did, in fact, destroy the only Mass of the pre-sanctified left in the Latin Church. A Missa Praesanctificatorum is a symbolic representation not of the sacrifice of Christ, but it is a symbolic representation of the Old Testament, of the just in the Old Testament. Praesanctificatorum, the Mass of those who are pre-sanctified. Pre-sanctified means the saints of the Old Testament, Moses, Elias, and so on. The Mass of the pre-sanctified does not have a consecration. It does not have communion for the people. It only has communion of the priest with a host that was consecrated the day before. In the Eastern Rite, they still have Masses of the pre-sanctified on the Ember days. In the Latin Church, we don't have a one left. None. What Pius XII did is he changed the Mass of the pre-sanctified into a liturgy of the Word, which is something we find now in the New Church, in the Church of the New Advent, as John Paul II dares to call his own church. What Pius XII did was, first of all, he abolished the Mass vestment for the priest. He made the priest take off the black chasuble. Now you have to remember that the very two vestments of the Mass are the maniple and the chasuble, nothing else. A priest must wear a stole for all the other sacraments. He must wear a stole for all blessings. But he must never wear a chasuble and a maniple outside Mass. On Good Friday, he did wear a chasuble and a maniple, even though he did not consecrate. This is why it is called Missa Praesanctificatorum, Mass of the pre-sanctified. And he was celebrating a Mass in black chasuble all through the rite, because he was celebrating the Requiem for Christ. That's exactly what Good Friday is, the Requiem for Christ. The Requiem for Christ. Because on Good Friday, he did not resurrect. On Good Friday, he died. And when somebody dies, you celebrate a Requiem for him. Most of all, our Lord. Pope Pius XII made the priest wear a black cope for the first part of the rite. And for the second part of the rite, he made him wear a violet chasuble. The argument for doing this was somewhat false. When I asked somebody who knew the discussions of the time, why did they change the black into the violet, he said, because you never have black connected with the Holy Eucharist. Which is true to the point that on a tabernacle, even in a Requiem Mass, the tabernacle curtain must never be black, it must be violet even in a Requiem Mass. Out of respect for the Blessed Sacrament, which is alive and not dead. However, why then, if they pretend
to have changed the liturgical colors from black to violet for the communion rite, why then did they abolish the incense? So this is highly contradictory. It doesn't make sense. Apart from the question that changing the oldest rite in the Catholic Church is a crime. He also, as I just mentioned, did away with the incense. Now, the important thing about Good Friday is, even when our Lord died, he was still our Lord. He always is. He never ceased to be God. Even the dead Christ on the cross was still God, and always will be, and always is. There is no yesterday, today, and tomorrow with God. So on that very day, you have to have a very special reverence for the one consecrated host that will be very soon consumed by the priest, which is a symbolic representation of what happened on Good Friday, when God himself carried his own instrument of death. And when the people accompanied Christ to the cross, they accompanied God, not a man. God first, then a man. Full God, full man. That is what Christ's incarnation means. They accompanied God. They had to genuflect in front of God. They had to revere God. And this is exactly what happens on Good Friday in the old days. 2 altar servers, 2 thurifers, with 2 incensers, walk backwards, face towards the Eucharist, and incense the Blessed Sacrament until it arrives at the altar. Then the priest prostrates down to earth. This was the old way to genuflect at consecration. And when the priest communicates Christ, at that very moment, the sacrifice of 2,000 years ago is completed. Every year, again. In a way that we might understand once we are in heaven, hopefully making it there, but we will never understand on earth because we do not understand the contradiction between time and eternity yet. When the priest communicates the host, and he alone, no Blessed Sacrament is supposed to be in the church, because when Christ died on the cross for 3 days, he was not there. Remember, he descended to hell, the hell of the paradise of the pre-sanctified just. He descended to hell with his soul, not, as John Paul II said on the 11th of January 1988, with his body, symbolically, because his body was in the grave. The Fourth Lateran Council defined as a dogma, Christ descended with his soul. And he consoled the just in the paradise that was prepared for them, to wait for the beatific vision in heaven. When Pius XII introduced the communion of the faithful on Good Friday, and when he made the priest change into the violet chasuble, and when he abolished the incense for the host, and when he decreed the cope to be used at the first part of Good Friday, he turned the first part into a liturgy of the word, and the second part into a rite of communion for everybody. This is not the Mass of a pre-sanctified anymore. And that's probably the most grievous of all the changes. And it's probably the one that will indeed be refused by a future Pope. I hope so. On Holy Saturday, he destroyed the consecratory preface of the Easter candle. In the old days, the priest would light a candle from the fire that is blessed outside the church. He would light a candle, sing the Lumen Christi, dressed as a deacon if there's no deacon available. Then he would light the second candle, sing Lumen Christi again, light the third candle, sing Lumen Christi again, and thus, with the light of 3 candles only, he will arrive at the hopefully totally dark sanctuary, and there, the Easter candle is waiting for him. No incense in the Easter candle, no light. Then he starts the Exultet. Remember the Exultet iam angelica turba celorum. Exactly this. This is the consecratory preface for the Easter candle. At a certain point during this preface, the incense, the 5 grains of incense that have been blessed outside the church, will be mounted on the Easter candle in the sign of a cross. And a few paragraphs, and one paragraph after that, finally, the Easter candle will be lit. This means the preface the deacon is singing is the consecratory preface of the Easter candle. Pius XII changed that round, by having the priest bless, not consecrate, bless the Easter candle outside the church with a ridiculous new script on it, instead of the old consecration. So by the time the deacon arrives at the altar, the Easter candle has been blessed. The Easter candle has been decorated with incense. The Easter candle is ready. The Easter candle will be put up on the stand and light for what is now not anymore a consecratory preface, but a rather boring narration of some parts of the history of salvation. He has turned a consecratory preface into a gospel-like narration. That is changing the nature of Easter Vigil. In the old days, after that, the priest and lector and a few lectors available, if available, would sing 12 readings from the Old Testament. They would sing all the important parts of the history of salvation before Christ in the Old Testament. I perfectly well understand that some people are entirely bored with that, because the priest rattles down in Latin chant something that nobody understands anyway. And very few priests are as fast in doing this as I am. So sometimes this is a part of Easter Vigil that will need more than an hour. For more than an hour, the people, in the old days, had to stand or kneel. Now they're all seated. Watch the priest rattling through the 12 readings. Pius XII thought this was not good, and he abbreviated those 12. He shortened those 12 readings down to 4. And he missed the point again. Because those 12 readings in the old days was the instruction for the catechumens, for the people to be baptized in Easter Vigil. While the priest was singing, while the priests and the readers, and the deacon, subdeacon, and the readers were singing those readings in a cathedral of a bishop, priests who had nothing to do at the same time would teach catechism to the people. So up on the altar you had the priest singing, rattling down his 12 readings, and at the same time, which was more than an hour, priests who worked for the cathedral or were called for this job would teach the faithful present in their pews about the Catholic faith. Needless to say that this was found a little bit disturbing in the ceremony, and a few centuries ago they abolished this custom because it was disturbing and because those sermons were not always acceptable. And Easter Vigil is the most holy night of all nights during the year, and you certainly shouldn't give some priests who don't know anything in theology the chance to teach what is wrong right during a sacred ceremony. However, the readings remained. And here is something that shows you that the people today have lost any sense of sacrifice, penance, and preparation. I always tell the people before I celebrate Easter Vigil, okay, the ones of you who think they have to suffer through 12 readings in Latin they don't understand, do not understand what Easter is about. Use the 1 hour that the priest needs at least to sing those 12 readings. Use that hour to say your rosary in preparation for Easter. Use the time you have to wait and suffer through this as the last penance before you finally celebrate Easter. Use the time to examine your conscience and see if you're ready for Easter. And if you really have to understand what the priest says, then in God's name, use the missal. It will be difficult at my Mass because I don't allow the light switched on before the glory of Mass. It's your last chance to pray in front of the Blessed Sacrament before Easter, and you got an hour to do so. Remember what Christ said on the mountain? When the apostles fell asleep 3 times? Can't you even stay awake this little time with me? Well, it seems that in Easter Vigil, people are not supposed to. So Pope Pius XII abolished 8 of the 12 readings and left us with 4. It doesn't make sense. And then he introduced something both on Holy Thursday and on Easter Vigil, which is certainly an introduction to the new Mass. For the first time in very many centuries, something like 1500 centuries, 1400 centuries, the priest did not need to say the Judica Me. Now, he doesn't say that in Passion time. But for all the rest of the year, he had to say the Judica Me, always. He does not say the Judica Me on Holy Thursday, wearing a white chasuble. He does not say the Judica Me at the beginning of Mass on Easter Vigil, wearing a white chasuble. On both occasions, he does not say the last Gospel anymore. This was certainly new. This was not restoring, this was new. John the 23rd then went further. First of all, he inserted St. Joseph to the canon. What do we say about that? Again, I'm giving you the opinion of a theologian, not papal teaching. So you have no right to condemn me for what I say, and you have no right to quote me as if I was the Pope. Neither one nor the other. I have never left St. Joseph out of the canon, even though I don't say the Mass of 1962. And there's a reason. Historically speaking, St. Joseph does not belong in the canon. Because historically speaking, the only people who belong in the canon is the old martyrs on whose blood the church was built. The 12 apostles and Lini, Cleti, Clementis, Christi, Corneli, Cipriani, Lorenzi, Chrysogoni, Cosme, and Damiani. Not St. Joseph. However, as it is a recent title of St. Joseph, I'm sorry, I forgot which pope introduced the title of Patron of the Church for St. Joseph. Certainly a right of the Pope to give him the title of Patron of the Church. But as St. Joseph recently has become the patron of the Church, we might as well have him in the canon. I can't see anything wrong with it, I'm sorry. But again, this is my personal opinion. John the 23rd did something else which is a lot more important than St. Joseph in the canon. He did indeed restore the importance of the liturgical seasons, and that was right. That was right. He gave the old importance back to Lent, and he gave the old importance back to the Sundays throughout the year. However, he went too far, I think, when he decided to have saints of rather outstanding importance, such as Saint Benedict, Saint Gregory the Great. Saint Benedict, the founder of the Occident, as we call him, the founder of Europe, the founder of the monastic system. Saint Gregory the Great, the one who codified Gregorian chant, which sounded horrible before he did codify it, believe me. Important saints like Saint Benedict and Saint Gregory the Great, after John the 23rd, are commemorated in Lent. Now that is going too far. That is definitely going too far. Even in the old days, St. Gregory and St. Benedict could not outrank a Sunday anyway. But that a ferial day, a weekday, would outrank the patron of Europe, St. Benedict, that is something that I cannot accept. John the 23rd changed around another little rubrics. Among them, he abolished the 3 prayers on low-ranking feast days. I think that was wrong because in a time when we need more prayer than ever, he shouldn't have shortened the church prayer, but he should rather have added to it. We desperately need the prayer against those who persecute the church. Contra persecutores ecclesiae. A prayer that has practically disappeared in the 1962, right? Because you say it once a year. In the old days, you had to say it every day that was not duplex or higher. You had to say it on Sundays, even though St. Pius X promoted Sundays to be duplex prima classes. He left the title of semi-duplex with Sundays for the very sake of leaving the 3 prayers on Sunday. A cunctis and the Contra persecutores, or for the Holy Father. John the 23rd did not do a favor to himself when he abolished the frequent prayer for the Pope and replaced it with nothing. Because now, in the 1962 rite, you hardly ever say that prayer. I have to say it every time I celebrate a Mass lower than the rank of duplex. So, I've just given you a selection of changes. There's more to the changes of 1962, but the 1962 Mass, to a certain extent, could be interpreted as a transitory thing towards the new Mass. However, I do not see it that way. That's a malignant interpretation. Unless we have proof to the contrary, we always have to give the benefit of doubt to the Pope and to the Church. I must remind you of the fact that what is in Latin called the onus probandi, the duty to prove, always stays with us. It hardly ever stays with the Pope. The Pope does not have to justify his decisions before us. Only when we can prove him wrong, we may resist. This has always been understood in the Church. When St. Thomas Aquinas talks about obedience, in the second part of the Summa Theologiae, he says, if you can prove your prelate wrong, then you may and must resist him. If you can prove that what he orders is wrong, then you may and must resist him. Not before that. So if John the 23rd wanted it that way, he wanted it that way. A future pope will judge if it was good or not. The reason why the Society of St. Pius X decided to use the 1962 missals, but not unreservedly so, with modifications, is because of the law of self-defense, legitimate self-defense. I said not unreservedly because Archbishop Lefebvre said he considered it absolutely wrong not to repeat the Confiteor, Misereatur, and Indulgentiam before the Communion of the Faithful. He said it was wrong to cancel that because it would make communion a part of Mass. Now, you must not forget that the Communion of the Faithful, think about what I said about the Mass of the Pre-Sanctified on Good Friday. The Communion of the Faithful is not part of Mass. It is not. It never will be. The Communion of the Faithful is something that does not belong, strictly speaking, to the Mass. The popes decided to distribute communion to the faithful during Mass, but that doesn't make it a part of Mass. When a priest is ordained or a bishop consecrated, a priest or a bishop, they're both ordained or consecrated during Mass. That does not make the ordination rite a part of Mass. Absolutely not. And the fact that communion to the faithful is distributed during Mass does not make it a part of Mass. So you have to follow the old rite of communion. The old rite of communion, before St. Pius X finally inserted it in Mass, you had very often, you had communion distributed before or after Mass. So the priest would say an Our Father, the people would say a Confiteor, or the altar boy would say a Confiteor, the priest would turn around, Misereatur and Indulgentiam Absolutionem Missionem, you know the rite, and then he would distribute communion, and then he would give a blessing to the people who have received communion. This rite must be maintained in order to show, and never forget, Mass, like all sacraments, are essentially a sign. It's essentially a sign. Signium sanctificans homines, a sign that sanctifies man. And the sign, each sacrament, in the sign shows the particular grace received from the sacrament itself. Not the one who gives it, not the one who receives it, but the sacrament itself. Ex opere operato. Of the work that is worked here. And each sacrament has to signify the grace that it transmits. So the communion does not belong to the fulfillment of the sacrifice. The sacrifice of Mass is complete, absolutely complete, with the priest's communion. No matter if the priest is in mortal sin or not. That's his tough luck if he's in mortal sin. It doesn't change anything with Mass. If the priest does not communicate because he dies before communion, then you have the rare case of Blessed Sacrament present but no Mass said. Mass is not Mass before the priest has communicated. This is why at the end of Mass it says, Ite missa es. Go, this is the Mass. And it could not be said before. The Mass starts, yes, it starts with the name, in nomine Patris et Filii Spiritus Sancti, Amen. But it is not a Mass before the priest has communicated. Before the priest has completed the sacrifice of Christ. So this is essential part of Mass. Therefore, and for that reason, Pius XII called it a lie when you try to attribute the character of a meal to Mass. He said that's a lie. Paul VI said there is a character of meal to Mass. Well, Paul VI was a heretic. I can't help it. There is no character of a meal to Mass. When the priest communicates, this is not character of a meal. It is the consumption of the sacrifice, the completion of the sacrifice. Only now, the moment the priest communicates, the sacrifice of Mass is complete. Only now, not a second before. And therefore, the communion of the faithful has to be distinct from the communion of the priest. The Confidior, Miseriator, and Indulgentiam. Did he have the authority to do that? Yes. Because he like I realize, Holy Week has been changed to something unacceptable for me, not because I am I, but because I have grave theological reasons for what I say. Archbishop Lefebvre had grave theological reasons for what he did, and there was no pope around to ask. Paul VI rejected him anyway. He rejected him wholesale, not just in parts. Why did Archbishop Lefebvre accept all the rest of the 1962 Mass? Well, as I said before, the law of self-defense is very strict. I do not operate under the law of self-defense. I just say the Mass of all times. I do not defend it. I attack if anybody doesn't like it. I do not defend myself. I don't have to. I would have to defend myself in front of the Pope, nobody else, and my bishop. Nobody else. I reject the new Mass entirely. I put it where it belongs, the trash can. And I reject the 1962 rite for the simple reasons that I just explained. But I do not put it in the trash can, and I do not judge priests or societies and groups who use the 1962 rite, because they are, as a group, not as individuals, as a group, they are under the law of self-defense. When in 1988 Archbishop Lefebvre decided to consecrate bishops, I've said this on my other tape, he did so because if he had not consecrated bishops, there would be no bishop available nowadays to turn young people who reject Vatican II, as you must, and who reject the new Mass, as you must. There would be no priest left to ordain them. And that is unacceptable as a situation. That is exactly the situation of emergency in which a bishop has to react. He did not appoint 4 ordinaries of a diocese. That would have been schism. He did not give jurisdiction to them. He did not appoint Bishop Williamson as the Bishop of the United States or as the new Archbishop of New York. He consecrated, he did not appoint him at all. He just consecrated him so that he would be able to ordain priests. Period. Period. This is the old term of auxiliary bishop. In German, the auxiliary bishop is called Weihbischof, the bishop who ordains, the bishop who helps the actual bishop of the place to ordain priests. In the old days, you had many vocations, not like now. The former Cardinal Archbishop, Vicar of Rome, because the Bishop of Rome is the Pope, Vicar of Rome, Cardinal Traglia, who was a saint, ordained 4,000 priests in his life. He had 4,000 children, generated with his hands. He ordained 4,000 priests. Now you can imagine that the bishop in the old days needed people to help him with confirmation and ordination. And that's all Archbishop Lefebvre wanted. And even if he had wanted more, he would not have been allowed to do it. And he would have never done it the way I know him. He operated under the law of self-defense. Now, the law of self-defense is very strict in Catholic moral theology. You are not allowed to go beyond the necessary means. You're not allowed to go beyond the means that are necessary to get rid of the actual situation against which you have to defend yourself. If a bum in the street threatens me with words, I'm not allowed to shoot him. Of course not. I talk back. I do. But I'm not allowed to shoot him. The law of self-defense does not allow me to shoot him yet. If he draws a knife, I'll shoot him. But not before that. And there's another law of self-defense. In self-defense, you have to act right now. If I see that a girl is going to be raped on the other side of the street, I cannot say, sorry honey, gotta hit the supermarket first, I'll be back. I have to help right now. When Archbishop Lefebvre realized that he had to consecrate bishops because he might die at any moment, he had to act right now, immediately. He obeyed that law of self-defense. And very much to my sorrow, but necessarily, he obeyed the law of self-defense by saying, the 1962 Missal is the last edition of the Roman Missal. As a matter of fact, it was. It's the last edition of the Roman Missal that is somewhat acceptable. He didn't say, I like it. He didn't say, I'm happy with the changes of John the 23rd and Pius XII. Maybe he was, I don't care. He didn't say it. He didn't say, I celebrate, and you will, to his priests, and you will celebrate according to the 1962 Missal, because I like it so much. That's no point of view for a priest. I do not, of course, I love the Roman Missal, but the reason why I celebrate the 1949 Missal is not because I like it, but because I think that is what I have to do. And Archbishop Lefebvre, he did not say the 1962 rite was good. He did not say it was nice of John the 23rd to have done this. He didn't say that he fully approved of Pius XII changes. He never commented on that, except in private, which I won't quote. He decided to use it because it was the last acceptable version. Why? In the 1962 rite, the 1962 Missal is the last Missal with the following characteristics. First of all, it's the last one where you find all the documents, starting with Quo Primum. Quo Primum by Pius V, and I never memorized these documents. A document from Pope Urban VIII, and there was one from Clement VIII, and of course there was the document of St. Pius X, and there was the document of John the 23rd. So in all these documents, they show you the continuity of the Missal. The popes would have never dared to leave Quo Primum out because, contrary to what the Fraternity of St. Peter teaches, the popes knew they were bound to Quo Primum. If they had not felt bound to Quo Primum, why bother and leave Quo Primum in the Missal? You replaced Quo Primum with a new decree. The popes did that everywhere else in canon law. If the Pope comes up with a new code of canon law, he doesn't quote his predecessor. He may mention him, but you will not find in the code of canon law that has been issued under Benedict XV and that was ordered to be written by Pius X. You will not find the introductions by the Pope's predecessors to St. Pius X in the old Corpus Juris Canonici. You will not find them. You will only find the decree of Benedict XV publishing this in the name of St. Pius X. That's all. Period. No more needed. It's canon law. It's positive law. It's a law which does not bind the successors, except in things that are unchangeable. But with Mass, it is the popes who interpret Quo Primum as something binding, just by the fact that no pope until Paul VI dared to leave out Quo Primum, or any one of the documents of his predecessors, which is the most unusual thing in church history. It's the only example, as a matter of fact, in all of church history, that all of the documents of all the popes touching the book would be found in the very same book. It's the only example in church history. So the popes, until John the 23rd included, thought they could not abolish Quo Primum and could not go against it. Now, John the 23rd was not exactly what you call an overly scrupulous person, right? Why would he leave Quo Primum and all the other decrees of his predecessors in the Missal if he thought the Quo Primum was not binding for him? Well, of course he thought Quo Primum bound him too. He just stepped a little bit too far, like Pius XII did, in his changes. But again, I think that I'm not the Pope. The final judgment on the Missal of 1962 will be pronounced by a future Pope, not by Dr. Hesse or anybody else, as a matter of fact. Archbishop Lefebvre, this is one of them, excuse me, I'll come back to the characteristic. This is one of the characteristics of the old Missal. There's another one. Until 1962, generally speaking, with the exception of Holy Week changed round, the priest had to say the Judica Mei at the beginning of Mass and the last Gospel at the end of Mass. In 1965, Paul VI issued a new Roman missal without the Judica Me and without the last gospel. In 1967, he reissued another one, and now you had almost everything in the vernacular. And then in 1969, he came up with the crime of the century, the new missal. So you can see that 1962 is certainly, despite all the changes that I don't like and don't accept, in continuity with the Mass of Pius V. It is borderline, if you ask me, it is borderline. And I think it went too far. But Archbishop Lefebvre had no right for that decision. He had to act according to the law of self-defense. Do not go beyond what is necessary to remedy the situation. That's the whole point. Archbishop Lefebvre did not think that he had the authority to judge which version of the missal to use. Now, you see, when I reject the reforms of Pius XII, I submit myself to a certain risk. And I admit this publicly. Because I pronounce a judgment, even though I do not extend the judgment to anybody else, I pronounce a judgment on something that will eventually have to be judged by the Pope. Now, generally speaking, when I discuss this question with members of the Society of St. Pius X, generally speaking, they acknowledge my right in rejecting the reforms of Holy Week and 62 because I am not bound to the law of self-defense. I may indeed say, hey, wait a second, you went too far. And God will judge me for what I do, not men, and at the moment, no Pope. But if you are strictly under the law of self-defense, you cannot do that. Because then you open the doors to new judgments, to further modifications, to further modifications, to further modifications, to the point that now we have people running around talking about the Mass of Pius V and saying St. Pius X was not St. Pius X, but anti-Pope Pius X, because anti-Pope Pius X changed the breviary around, which was against the will of Pius V. Well, soon they'll be back at St. Peter. And this is what happens. If you're not very, very, very circumspect and very, very careful with your judgments, first you will say, okay, the reform of Pius XII, unacceptable. Then you go further in your studies, and you see St. Pius X change things. Unacceptable. Pius X was an anti-pope. Then you go back, you will find out Urban VIII changed something. Oh, he was an anti-pope too. Then you go back to Pius V and you say, oh, where's the old sequence of St. Augustine? Well, beautiful sequence on the feast day of St. Augustine. God forgive me, I still use it. But there was a beautiful sequence on that day. Where's the old preface of St. Augustine? Where's the beautiful preface of St. Dominic? So many things lost over the centuries. Yeah, and by the time they're back at St. Peter's, they won't have anything. See, this is the point. Archbishop Lefebvre did not accept the 1962 rite because it was beautiful, but because the next one after that was definitely unacceptable. That's the whole point. And I reject people and I resist people who think that they are the judges of all these things. You think Archbishop Lefebvre was an idiot? A man who didn't know what he was doing? A man who had never studied theology or liturgy? He pondered over his decision. He was not the man. He proved this as the only bishop so far, except for Bishop Castro Mayer, God bless him. He proved that he was thinking before he decided. He has given ample proof of that. He was a very learned theologian. He was a very holy bishop. And as much as I dislike the 1962 rite, I have no right whatsoever to criticize priests who use it. They are just doing what Archbishop Lefebvre said. And it's no good that we have so many priests running around in this country who decide everything on their own and who say Archbishop Lefebvre was wrong. That's not good. Without Archbishop Lefebvre, we would not have the old Mass anymore. Without Archbishop Lefebvre, we would not have priests anymore who celebrate the old Mass. They would die out. Or they would be among those very, very curious characters who celebrate the old Mass, who celebrate the old breviary, but get themselves ordained secretly from modern bishops. When I was ordained in the new rite, I didn't know better. Honest to God, I did not know better. Thank God it's valid because it was all in Latin, etc., etc. Archbishop Lefebvre always recognized that. And I follow his judgment again, also on this point. When I started to celebrate the new Mass, I didn't know better. Thank God only, not my merit, that I never celebrated in the vernacular, I never gave communion in the hand, I never said anything but the Roman canon, I never said anything but the Confederate Mass, and my prayers of the faithful were of a kind that nobody liked except me. And you would have liked them. People didn't, because I prayed for tradition coming back in the prayers of the faithful. And the prayers of the faithful were said by me, of course, not the faithful. I never permitted that. And after a few months in the priesthood, I couldn't do it anymore. I have to attribute this to the graces of the office. But I was not ordained in the new rite in order to swindle myself into the priesthood. And I do not consider traditional priests who say the old Mass but get themselves ordained by Novus Ordo bishops, I do not consider them serious. There is definitely a doubt to be pronounced on the validity of the new sacraments. I do not say they're all illicit, all invalid. They're all illicit, but I do not say they're all invalid. A future pope will decide that, finally. There can be no decision on the licitness of them. They cannot be licit. They're against the will of Christ. I've proven this in another part. Priests who celebrate the old Mass should be ordained by bishops who celebrate the old Mass. Priests who celebrate the old Mass should be ordained by bishops who only celebrate the old Mass. Because if you reject the new Mass, you have to have good reasons. It is not sufficient to reject, and it is not allowed to reject the new Mass simply because you don't like it. Of course I detest the new Mass, but that's not the reason why I reject it. I reject the new Mass because it is against the proven will of God, it is illicit, and it is conducing towards heresy. In some translations it's directly heretical. But I reject the new Mass because of reasons of faith. Now anybody who says that you can accept Vatican II, and to a point you can accept the new rite, he does not reject the new Mass for reasons of faith. He rejects the new Mass because he doesn't like it, or because he has what they call theological reasons. They're running a museum. That's all. If you run a museum, it doesn't matter who ordains you. But if you don't, if you say the new Mass is part of another church, which is the only answer to the indefectibility of the church and the infallibility of the church, you say that Vatican II is not Catholic, you say the new Mass is not Catholic, then you have to celebrate the old Mass for reasons of faith. It is impossible to believe in the indefectibility of the church and the infallibility of the church and at the same time say, and at the same time reject the new Mass, which the Pope celebrates every day. Impossible. There's only one solution to this problem. And this is not a solution in the sense of finding a way out. It is a solution in the sense of finding what is true. Now, the new Mass is not part of the Latin Rite. It is not part of the Catholic Church. It does not belong to the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is still indefectible. The Catholic Church is still infallible. But the priests who say the new Mass are not part of the Catholic Church, objectively, mind you. The great vast majority, I think, I have no way to, I have no insight in souls. Only God knows souls. The great vast majority of priests who celebrate the new Mass because they think this is what they have to do. That does not put them subjectively outside the church. Oh no. Many priests today pronounce heresy, and they believe that this is in accordance with the faith. They do not commit the sin of heresy. They are not subjectively in the sin. They are not in the sin of heresy objectively, and they are not subjectively heretics. Objectively, however, if I say something that's against the doctrine of the Church, I'm immediately in error. If I want to be in error, then I'm a heretic. But if I just make a mistake, it doesn't make me a heretic. But I might have pronounced a heresy. I might by mistake have pronounced a heresy. Happened to me once on the pulpit in Austria. Thank God. A pious lady came to the sacristy and said, "Father, did you realize what you were saying?" I said, "No, what?" She told me. I said, "Thank God, I celebrated Mass the next day in the same parish, and I explained everything from the pulpit." So I did not stay a heretic, so to speak. I never was, because I never rejected the truth. But objectively speaking, now independent of the state of the soul of a person, this is one of the major distinctions. You will find it in the tape recorded in LA. And please listen to these distinctions. Make sure you're able to operate with those distinctions. Otherwise, you'd never be able to understand or judge in theology. Somebody may be free of sin and yet objectively outside the Church, because he doesn't know better. I don't think that a Russian Orthodox Pope, they're all called popes there, a Russian Orthodox Pope somewhere in Siberia, I don't think that he was told about the differences of the creed of the Latin and the creed in the Orthodox Church. I don't think that anybody ever explained the papal infallibility to him. I don't think that anybody ever explained the papal primacy to him. As a Russian Orthodox priest, he rejects the papal primacy. As a Russian Orthodox priest, he rejects the papal infallibility, and thus is both a schismatic and a heretic. But if he doesn't know that he's a heretic and a schismatic, then he does not commit the sin of heresy and schism. However, objectively speaking, he is. And this is the whole point. The infallibility of the Church is still there, because the priests who celebrate the new Mass, and especially the priests who foster the new Mass and defend it, they are outside the Church, objectively. How God will judge them, I don't know, and it's none of my business. Judge ye not, that you not be judged. Anybody says that Fr Hesse said they are all in heresy and will all go to hell is committing a grave sin against the 8th commandment. I never said that. I just said that objectively they're outside the Church. Subjectively, I don't know. I don't want to know. God only can judge. And this is the reason why when Archbishop Lefebvre and I and other priests reject the new Mass because of reasons of faith, we stay in the Catholic Church no matter what the official pronouncements are. We are the ones who stay in the Catholic Church. Now, some people say the Society of St. Pius X always behaves and speaks as if they were the Catholic Church. That is slander. You ask any of their priests, if he follows the directions of his superiors, he will tell you, no, it is not us who is the Catholic Church, we just belong to it. And anybody who does not contradict tradition belongs to the Catholic Church. And anybody who contradicts tradition does not belong to the Catholic Church. So the infallibility and the indefectibility always remains with the Church. Christ's promise, ad porte inferi non prevalebunt adversus eam, the gates of hell shall not prevail against them, is still a prophecy. It is still true. It always will be true. It is people like it's people like the bishops who say the new Mass who put themselves outside the Church. It is the bishops who say that homosexuality is just a defect, and it may be a defect by birth, who put themselves outside the Church. It is the priests who say, and the vast majority of priests in this country say that now, who say that the Blessed Sacrament is only symbolically present, who put themselves outside the Church. It's not Archbishop Lefebvre or I. And priests who celebrate the old Mass, not for reasons of faith, but because they just prefer it, they put themselves objectively outside the Church. Anybody who signs Vatican II puts himself objectively outside the Church. You cannot sign heresy. You must not. You cannot defend Vatican II. I've tried for 10 years. I've tried to interpret Vatican II in a Catholic way. It's not possible. It's in direct contradiction to tradition. It's in direct contradiction to the magisterium, as I have proven on the tape that will be soon available to you. The only way to celebrate the old Mass is because of reasons of faith. The only way you are allowed to reject the new Mass as such is because of reasons of faith. If there are no reasons of faith against the new Mass, well, the Pope just came up with a new thing. The Pope is the Pope is the Pope all the time, and you better follow him, right? The only way to contradict the Pope is when you prove him wrong in matters of faith and morals. Teaching, I mean. I don't care about the Pope's private morals. Alexander VI had children while he was Pope, but he never touched the faith or the liturgy. I prefer him over Paul VI, for that reason. There were heretics before. You'll find also this on another tape, but Pope Liberius was in heresy. Pope Honorius was in heresy. Pope John the 22nd was in heresy. All the three popes were rejected. All the three popes were judged by the Church. The present Pope will be judged by the Church. The new liturgy will be judged and discarded by the Church, by the infallible and indefectible Church. I reject the reasons for celebrating the old Mass from those priests who at the same time, objectively, and may it be only for diplomatic reasons, agree with Vatican II. There is no way that you can agree with heresy even for diplomatic reasons, for reasons of emergency. To agree with heresy cannot be part of self-defense. And this is exactly why Archbishop Lefebvre had the right to reject the new Mass, because he did not do so because of reasons of content, because of reasons of preference, but because of reasons of faith. And the 1962 Mass, as much as I dislike it, is the last acceptable missal. And woe unto the people who put themselves in the position of a pope and judge it. I reject it for the reasons I gave you. I do not judge the priests who use it. I do not excommunicate the priests who use it by saying they are not in the Church. They are not saying the Mass of Pius V. I do not say that, and I reject that. What is the Mass of Pius V is for a pope to judge, unless it's as evident as it is with the 1965 Missal. My theological opinion on this is, you cannot see in the 1962 Missal, you cannot see anything that makes the 1962 Mass cease to be the Mass of Pius V. In the 1965 Missal, it's evident, it's obvious. The 1965 is halfway over to the new Mass. The 1962, with whatever it has and I don't like, is still in continuity with the Mass of Pius V. Leave it to future popes to decide, not to some women who have nothing else to do. Reject the new Mass because of reasons of faith. Reject Vatican II because it pronounces heresy. Reject whatever papal teaching you are confronted with if it pronounces heresy. Do not reject anything else. If you can prove to me that 1962, the Missal contains heresy, if you prove it to me, I will reject it as such. If you cannot prove it to me, please shut up. It's not for you to decide. Leave these things in the hands of the clergy. As a matter of fact, the bishops. We happen to have 6 traditional bishops. And listen to them. And I have never read anything in the Angelus that would say the 1962 Missal was not all right. That is the judgment of Bishop Williamson, of Bishop Tissier de Malaret, of Bishop Galareta, of Bishop Felay, of Bishop Rantiel, and of Bishop Lazo. And if they say you may accept it, then I say you may accept it, even though I don't do it. I say you may. I'm not saying you must, I say you may. And I will never say you must not. It's not for me to say that. The Society of St. Pius X still yet has to prove that it is outside the Church in any point whatsoever. I've never heard heresy from them. I've never heard anything from them. I'm not talking about the individuals. Individual priests are fallible. Absolutely, and how? I've never heard anything coming from the Society of St. Pius X as such that would have to be rejected. So if you are confronted with difficulties in this point, don't be ungrateful. Or do you think in the 1930s when the Church was so beautifully all right, or in the 19th century when the Church was so beautifully all right, you never had bad parish priests? Of course you had. And sometimes you'd be in a bad situation because of that. Imagine, I don't know if it happened, imagine you living in the 1930s in Oklahoma, or in the 1930s somewhere out in Wyoming. Your parish priest is lousy, and the next priest is 60 miles away. You were stuck. So if it happens nowadays, for the fact that not all the members of the Society of St. Pius X can possibly be saints, pray for them. Don't judge. As Cardinal Siri said on another occasion, leave the judgment of priests to the clergy. Pray for them. If you think them wrong, pray for them anyway, because they desperately need it. Priests are subject to 10,000 times more temptations than you are in any of the commandments, no matter what. And if you find yourself, which is, of course, regrettable, if you find yourself stuck with a priest you cannot possibly like because he does things you don't like, then pray for him. In the old days, it wasn't better. And I can tell you one thing. I've met many priests of the Society of St. Pius X, and the great vast majority of them is the dream of a bishop of the old days. In the old days, a bishop of a diocese would have jumped for joy if the average of his priests would have been like the average of the priests of St. Pius X. Do not expect every member of that group to be an outstanding saint. That is impossible. Thank the Lord on your knees that you haven't found a heretic there yet. Thank you.